as people are waste.
I had brain freeze. Okay. I think we're ready. You guys think we're ready?
Mm.
All right.
Definitely
whatever.
not.
Yeah. Here we
Let's
are.
do this. 15 minutes later, sure. Better be.
Okay, we are live.
Woo!
Hello, everyone.
Wow.
Greetings. Definitely have a. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the cameras bigger so everybody can actually see us for a little bit while we do our initial stuff. Welcome everybody to, and of course, let us know if there's any volume issues because issues.
Volume issues.
Loads of fun. Welcome everybody to the Shroud of the Avatar special release 121 10th anniversary of release 1 live stream. This will be an extended live stream. We're gonna actually, Keith and I have been doing live streams now, averaging about 2 hours, but we're gonna try to go for a lot longer than that this time. We'll see what happens. So we are a free-to-play game, and find us on Steam or shroudoftheavatar.com. You can do a direct download or get it through Steam. And this is our 121st release consecutively, monthly, for 10 years. So it's 10 years, and we're in our 10-year and 1 month time frame. Yay!
Congratulations.
I'm rejoicing.
So, Keith, I know I always miss something. So, was there something else in the preamble that I should have said?
You said it's a free-to-play game, shroudoftheavatar.com. It's mostly a multiplayer online game, but there's some options you can have single player or offline. We all of us here have worked on the game, and we all have aliases. I am Keith Quinn, also known as Sanio, and I do quests and level design. And I'm gonna pass this. Maybe we'll do Richard last. And I'm gonna go to Chris.
Oh, I was not ready. I'm sitting here fighting with network problems. It's great seeing so many names I haven't seen in a while. For those who've been around for a while, not even that long. I'm Chris Spears, Atos in game. I am kind of the guy who steers things, but mostly that has been handled by Ravlox, your guest, your host there, who's got the Wheel of Death, I see, and his server back there. But anyways, I'm happy. I'm going to be catching up in chat with most of you guys here, but I don't have that much to say. I was caught by surprise. I should have had a prepared message, but you guys know me. I kind of fly by the seat of my pants. I take that back. I did prepare today because I picked out a few songs to sing.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Wow.
Talk about harkening back. Used to be a lot of songs.
I will hand this over to who hasn't gone yet. Well, did we do Scotty?
Not yet. Go ahead.
Well, hello.
I'm going to go to him because I see he has food in his mouth.
Yeah, I'm chewing, so that's the best time to introduce me, as you all know. My name is Scott Jones. Very good to see you all. I'm Nimrod in the game, and in most other things, actually, SCA and everything else. So it's good to see you guys. I've been around for a while, doing this stuff off and on for years, even before Shroud of the Avatar, with good folks like Richard and Damon and Star. And this is the most Shroud members of the team that I've seen in a while all together in one place. It's been a bit for me because I've been doing a lot of contract stuff off to the side and art, and I'll be talking about some of that stuff later on, including stuff that's going to hopefully merge with stuff that Shroud of the Avatar might be able to use too at some point in time. But yeah, that's me, and I've been going strong for a while, and look forward to many more years to come. And I'd like to see this thing stick around and continue to become the coolness that it's become in the last 10 years. There's not many games that I've been paid attention to in the last 10 years and actually enjoyed and observed, and Shroud is one of them. So again, congratulations, 10th year anniversary. Who's next?
It's up to you to pick someone.
Oh, for me to pick someone. Well, then I pick you, Pikachu.
Hold on, time
Ah,
out for a second. I'm looking at the stream and all of our
Yeah, that's
images
right.
went to
It was me.
Oh, there it goes. All right.
I'm Allium. I do release notes and patch notes and try to keep track of the bug forum, and am a sort of a junior developer. For the last few months, I've been doing small little text changes that I can, typos and crafting fixes and things like that.
Which he's been doing an excellent job of.
Absolutely. Being able to make that specific kind of two-headed axe was very important.
Who's next, Allium?
Yeah, you got to pick
You'd
someone
think
to
I
hand
would
it
have
off to.
remembered that.
You did just remind me of that.
It's now a memory
Damon.
game because you have to keep track of who hasn't gone.
How about Damon?
Damon.
All right, I guess that leaves me. Hi, I'm Damon Waldrop. I made art for Shroud of the Avatar for quite a long time, for like 5 years, and I'm doing other stuff now. But I'm happy to drop in and say howdy and how much I love you guys and think you're great. And I still have fond memories of making things that I thought you would like, and sometimes you did, and sometimes you didn't, but usually you did.
The Frost Giant, by the way, it's a Damon creation.
It's a combination, but yes, to a degree it is.
I'm going to continue corralling Damon whenever possible to get, for at least his advice when it comes to handling issues that I'm not as familiar with when I'm trying to do some stuff. So he's aside from not necessarily still doing artwork for Shroud, he in spirit is going to still do so, because I'm going to try to force him in a corner and make me knowledgeable about some areas I need to become more knowledgeable about if I'm going to get a few things going that I'm not familiar with in animation and stuff like that.
And I will of course be happy to help out.
Awesome.
Yep, he's an awesome dude.
Yeah,
Pass that on.
actually, pretty much everybody who's working on the team has been shifting around. It's we're all working on stuff that we're new to, and we just recently had a knowledge transfer session with Keith to expand the knowledge base on some of the other team members to work on quests and NPC conversations. So it's definitely an interesting thing. There's always something new to do here.
I'm actually looking forward to that. I really want to learn some of that stuff, because I've always enjoyed bringing characters to life, and that's the one thing that I haven't had a chance to touch in game is like conversations and getting to the minds of NPCs and things like that. I think to me that's fascinating.
I'm looking forward to the individuality that some of the cities will start picking up. It'll be a slow build, but
Yeah.
it'll be nice.
So I think because we have Richard and myself left, I'll go ahead and say something.
Star.
Richard's definitely
Star.
last.
Star hasn't talked.
Oh, Star. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. So,
Yeah,
go ahead,
really.
I don't know
Wow.
about the
Ah,
mustache.
Too many panels on this.
Star.
It's the mustache that makes me invisible.
Yeah, there you go.
Mustache of invisibility. A new magic item. Hi, I'm Starlong. You may know me as Dark Star, and been involved with Shroud of the Avatar since right after the Kickstarter, I guess, when Chris and Richard convinced me to join this fabulous endeavor, and was there for the chicken room, and we decided that we were gonna have players play the game as soon as we could connect it to the interwebs, which was both a brilliant and an insane idea at the same time. as famously said in Spinal Tap, such a fine line between clever and stupid. So I'm very excited to be here, and thank you, everyone who has supported us for all these many years, and thank you to the amazing team members who contributed throughout this project. And 10 years is amazing. I was just talking to someone the other day about how these communities that build up around these online worlds, how they can sustain them and they can kind of go on forever, and how one of the first projects a lot of us worked on together, Ultima Online, still going around, and that's like 30 years plus. So
That's crazy.
we were having this discussion where it may be one of the longest running pieces of software ever, much less games.
Yeah.
So thank you for being part of a fabulous community, fabulous project, and thanks for having me on today. And I will hand it off to Ravalox and then Lord British.
There you go. All right. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so I'm Ravalox, also known as Stephen Reinen, and I have labeled myself the chief cook and bottle washer at this point. And so yeah, we do a little bit of everything, and operations, and a little bit of development on the game as well. So try to keep things in order. I do all the builds and make sure the releases go out on time. So everything, it's I mean, you guys know, you as the players know as well as anybody does, that we've actually kept the game pretty stable. So I consider it a success where we are. The game's still here. It's still growing. It's still lively and moving along. So granted, we are not the biggest community on the face of the planet, but the community is growing, and I think that's a good sign. So we'll keep working at it. That's all I have to say.
I think per person in the community, though, we have the most passion of any game out there.
Yeah, this is true. Absolutely.
All right, Richard, you're
Here.
up.
Well, I think I'm the only one left, so I dive in.
Yes, sir. Go for it.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Richard Garriott, occasionally known in worlds like this as Lord British. Thrilled to be with you on the 10th-year anniversary. Thrilled to see all my compatriots here who helped bring this into existence. Thrilled to see all of you who, in fact, were the most important aspects of bringing this into existence. Like Star said, do that crazy strategy we had of bringing you all in even before it was actually a game. As soon as we had anything hooked up at all. The fact that you guys have stuck with us all through these 10 years is just phenomenal. And it'll be great to be with you to get a chance to play again today. And I know Stephen and others, Stephen and Damon in particular, and Aliam have set up some interesting activities for today. I myself, by the way, I'm going to mention here up front that I'm currently at my pseudo workplace, and I'm a volunteer. It's a volunteer job, so it's not really work. So I serve as president of the Explorers Club, and I'm up here at my Explorers Club office, which is why I have tusks and things behind me. But I'll be signing off, just after these introductions, actually zipping to my house, patching up, and rejoining. So I'll be offline for an hour or so through the middle, but I'll be back on for the later parts of the stream as well.
Cool. Looking forward to it. All right. So with all that said, we'll move on to, we're going to do our regular business. I'm going to shrink down the screen here a little bit so that way folks can see.
Oh, we're shrinking.
What's going on in the game?
For anyone in the game, by the way, we are in the Castle Atos scene, which is roughly near Solsbridge outskirts area. And we are in the back of the scene near the actual castle. So if anyone wants to come and then hang out in the general sort of town square area we have in front of us, you can hang out with our dev characters, including Lord British, who was here a second ago.
Oh, I'll be back. I was just running around.
Okay.
There he is.
So I'm going to take care of a little bit of standard business that we do every month, and just checking on some stuff here. But
while you're checking on that, I'm going to mention we have something called the prizing that we do. We're going to do it like a couple of times during this live stream. We have a certain phrase that pays this month, which is I've already forgotten it. Many happy returns. So if you say many happy returns in any in-game chat channel, that puts you in the running for one of our prizes. We're going to
Many
do
happy returns. Oh, it doesn't count.
in-game chat channel.
Many happy returns.
And as we just discussed, you can add
mustache.
stuff before or after that. It just does, it searches for that as a substring. So if you want to say many happy returns, you bastards.
Many happy
that's
returns.
Totally fine.
well, thanks for
You can say
giving me
more
the
than once.
idea.
You can say it in a whisper. You can say it in your guild chat. Any in-game chat channel, you can say it.
In a whisper.
And it puts you on the list.
Many happy returns.
It's that mustache.
Oh, right, in the game.
That's right.
You're okay.
All right, that was that 5:30 bell. I need to zip home. I will see you guys from the other end.
Okay.
Drive
See
safe.
you soon.
Bye-bye.
And that's what'll happen with this live stream. People come and go.
Oh, so was the hype train is at level 3 right now? Is that what I'm seeing?
No, it's actually working on level 4.
Oh,
Four,
okay.
yeah.
All right. There you
Hype
go.
train? What is that?
Well,
It's a Twitch thing.
yeah, go ahead.
I don't really know more than that. I just know it's a Twitch thing.
So basically, it's bits, right? They're donating bits or something, or cheering, right?
Yeah, it looks like it didn't finish 4, so 3 is all that counts.
Yep. Yeah. So we're at a level 3, which
It's like DEFCON.
so what
Yeah,
we so
It's
what,
like a security alert level,
so
Oh,
totally
yeah.
opposite,
Not DEF CON.
but totally opposite.
yeah. So what we do with the hype train is every hour that we do a stream. So if the stream lasts for 2 hours and 10 minutes, then we would do 2 drawings of the prizing, just at a two drawings of prizing per hour. So if it lasts just over 2 hours, we would do 2 instances of that, which would be 4 drawings total of prizes. And we do 1 additional drawing of prizes for every hype train level that that we get to. So we're currently at 3 hype train level 3. So there's 3 additional drawings. So we're currently at 5 drawings minimum for this stream right now. And I gotta write this stuff down. So
Sometimes we fall behind, so don't lawyer us about our attempted.
Launch the missiles.
okay.
I'm tired.
So we have to keep an eye out for that hype train level, because it doesn't really leave that on the screen anywhere, so can't really tell where the hype train level is. So well, I wanted to go over some things. So here we are, release 121. This was a quality of life release. Basically, we do a bunch of bug fixes and things along those lines for the release, and that's pretty much what we did this time. We got some stuff that went to the Crown Store, and so we're also in our short releases for the holiday season. So basically, November and December releases are so short that we only, between November and December, we only had 7 days to do stuff. So the December release is always a very small one, not very much going on in there, that type of thing. So not too much really that I could talk about there, unless anybody like Allium or Keith have anything specific they want to bring up that we worked on.
I'll bring up something.
All right, go ahead.
It's not a big thing. It's a little bit more of a teaser, but it's something that I call sneak scene. And I bring it up because a few months back I did a kind of a big upgrade to Courage Club. I added extra bad guys and changed the layout of the club and sort of rounded in the extra quest rewards and daily rewards. So sort of spiffed it up. And in conversations with players, it sort of came up, it'd be nice if there was like something that's sort of the opposite. and my head started spinning, and I eventually came up with something where Courage Club is plus courage. You're proving yourself, 1-to-1 against other enemies. Sneak Scene is a way to avoid combat, and so Sneak Scene with its full mechanics is not out yet. But if you can find a place to enter Sneak Scene, you can get into the lobby and get a little teaser for yourself. So the lobby is available through certain hatches in the game. So there you go. We're not going to do like a fly through Sneak Scene today, but we're going to save that for when the full scene is in.
Yeah, that'll
Can you
be
say
next
Sneak
release.
Scene like 6 times fast? Keith?
Sneak Scene, Sneak Scene, Sneak Scene, Sneak Scene, Sneak Scene, Sneak Scene, Sneak Scene.
That's really good.
I think you
very
missed up
impressed.
the 5th one.
I did kind of. One of them was a little fumbly. Like number 2 was a little fumbly. I'll have to practice.
That was good. Very proud of you, Keith.
That's nothing, man. Y'all got to do red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather.
Nope, I did my test.
He already did his test.
That's for someone else.
And that one doesn't have relevance to the conversation
Yet.
yet.
Yes.
Well, you could make red leather or yellow leather
Yeah.
using dye.
See, you can barely even say yellow leather.
So during this release as well, there was a spider room bug that's been around for a while, and corrected that for the pristine deco version of the player dungeon spider room. We put that in, but missed something when I removed the issue that was preventing players from walking down a hallway. I failed to remove the deco surface, which is like an invisible wall, so that still prevented people from walking down the hallway. So there'll be a patch coming in for that. Patch 1 for release 121 is probably going to be put into service late on the 18th. So that's Monday, probably around 11 p.m., 10, 11 p.m., something like that. And I don't want to patch over the weekend unless we have something critical, and the spider room is not like game breaking, as it were. So we'll hold off until Monday to get that done.
I'd also like to point out that something else that was fixed was Krampus was not yet appearing, and he should be fixed now, so everyone should be able to go to him. There was a problem also with the Snowy Mountain road encounters where Krampus, the snow leopards, the barbarian, and the wolf. So there you go, the wolf versions of those things. They weren't spawning the wave battles, which would include Krampus, but that should be fixed now too. I think that fix is on live now, maybe, or it should be.
No, that's the 226397 CL, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So I think Krampus is fixed in East Sanctus Forest now, but it's still gonna wait for the patch to fix the one in the encounter.
Right.
Yeah, it was two separate things. We found one, we fixed it, and then someone else reported something else, and I realized that Krampus was a problem. That other thing as well.
Right.
So that should be fixed.
Yeah, the wave battle portion, the one that with the wave battle is not spawning Krampus. That's going to be in patch 1. So
actually, Belladonna Rose says it is spawning in the Naughty Brat encounter now.
Oh, all right.
Krampus.
Are you saying the Naughty Brown encounter?
Naughty Brat.
Oh, okay.
Although there might be a problem still because she says she has 2 Krampuses.
The Naughty Brown encounter. That's
whatever.
That's a Scott Jones question if I ever heard one.
The 2 Kramps at once. I bet it's the same bug that makes 2 dragons at once pop up sometimes in the encounter. Whatever
Except
it is.
the troll twins, because that's not a bug.
Gross von Krampus.
So currently, there's also a bug where if you place the for those of you who have been to the chicken room during this release, which we'll talk about a little bit in a little bit. If you grabbed the new second book that's there, and you place it as deco, the wrong text shows up. That'll be also fixed on Monday. There's some naming things. I added some extra pictures for the mature fall oak trees that we put in store, and the naming of the 3-pack stocking set, the 2023 Christmas stockings, was named incorrectly. It's not all large; it's a large, medium, and small 3-pack. So these are massive bugs, and they're being fixed on Monday. So there you go. So one of the other things I want to do is a little housekeeping here. Address some recent things that we've been seeing in player reports and things along those lines. So one general reminder, please, guys. If you're botting and you get caught, you get one chance. We will suspend you for a week if you're botting. And that basically means if you run a macro, you're not at the keys, you're not responsive to us or other players. If we find that in the logs and we see that you're actually running scripts, then that's considered botting, and you will be suspended on the first try. The second time you're caught, you will be banned for life. This is a hard, fast policy. We don't make exceptions on that, so don't bot. It's not worth it. And if you do get banned from the game for whatever reason, your whole house gets banned. We've had a few players say, hey, you know, my kid was doing some stuff and, you know, he's punished forever for it, but please let me back in. No, when we ban, you know, when we ban somebody for violating the TOS, we don't do it lightly. You know, I bring up botting because that's one of the worst things. You know, is trying to mess with the client or you know, botting in the game is disruptive to everybody and actually you know, threatens the stability of the game. So if we issue a ban on that, we're not like banning your login name. We ban you in other ways. So there's any computers in your house are probably not going to be able to get back into the game. So just keep in mind that type of scenario. Let's see here. And along those lines, if players are annoying you, there's a block facility in the game. So please use that to block players. You know, we get reports. Some are definitely worth reporting. You know, the more egregious stuff. You know, if people are in universal chat or other areas and they're being, you know, divisive regards to, let's say, race or other types of massive, you know, social problems, then, you know, feel free to report them. But if you have a problem where, you know, you and some other player are having an argument or something along those lines, just block the player. You know, it's not something that we're going to go in there and step into every argument that's going on between two players. So please keep that in mind, that you do have some tools available to you to you know, mute other players and you know, avoid them. If there's a stalking type of situation or things along those lines, please do not hesitate to let us know about those things. Go ahead, Keith. Is there more you want to add?
I was just gonna say, like, if you have a fight with somebody about which cheese is the best, that's just like a personal argument. It's not a rule breaking thing.
Right.
This is not something that came up, but yeah, as an example, it's on the level of things that come up sometimes. We're not going to block somebody from Shroud the Avatar because they don't like the same cheese we like.
Yeah.
You absolutely should. I mean, this is a very important thing.
You don't like the cheese I like, that might be different. But
Right.
anyway, like the player, and of course, don't go back to continue engaging with that player who is arguing with you about the best cheese.
Right.
Just separate yourself. You can easily. The game is huge. Go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't engage in that chat channel. You know, just shun that person, and your life will be better off for it.
Yep, exactly. And we take these things very seriously. You know, when we do get reports, and we said don't report stuff to dev team members in Discord or in the forums for things along these lines. Send them to support. We need that stuff sent via email. And if you do report it, then we will start an investigation, and we'll start to dig through all the logs. We'll ask a lot of questions, and you know, Don't report stuff on behalf of other players. It has to be you reporting something that you're involved with. If another player has an issue with somebody or something that happened, they need to actually report it. And of course, we keep all that stuff confidential. So especially if somebody's harassing you in any actionable way, especially if it's real life actionable, let us know, and we'll take care of that. On another related type of thing, we've had a recent inrush of control point things. If you have AFK players in your control point group and you're not happy with that, which of course this is not something that we would like to see either, boot them out of the group. We constantly get reports. This guy's playing AFK. This guy's macroing. Boot them. Kick them out of the group. If the group leader, this is one of the things that has come up, is if the group leader is the one who's actually AFK or botting or macroing or just AFK, letting their pet run along and they're not responsive or whatever, drop the group and create your own group. These are things that you guys have, again, tools of your own to, basically send the message to that player that this is not going to fly. Obviously, we still do monitor the stuff. In fact, some of you guys may have noticed a few of us showing up in ERG recently, hanging out and just observing things. But these are things that you guys could send the message amongst each other directly. So just keep that in mind, that that's something that can be done as well. Not to mention the fact that we are, because of that type of thing, we are observing, and we're not observing just to be like, hall monitors. We're observing because we're going to be making changes. We're constantly looking at what's going on in that type of group play, and we'll make some adjustments. But in the meantime, there's a very easy way to discourage it, and that's just basically kick them out of your group or just leave the group if it's the leader and create a new group. So keep that in mind. Okay, and the usual one that keeps coming up is Ask a Dev is not for bug reports or wish list items. It should be used to ask questions about game mechanics. So like if you want to do, find out something about something very min-maxy, it's like about specific skills and what their capabilities are, or if something should be happening, that type of thing. If you're not sure, you could ask that question and Ask a Dev. We go through all those questions. We have discussions internal about them. But if you have things that are wish list items or bug reports, please put them up into the forums, into those appropriate sections, because we do look at that stuff as well. But if it's a bug report or a wish list item, we want the rest of the community to be able to see those things and have responses as well. Yep. So that's everything I had for the housekeeping stuff. Yes. All right, cool. All right, great. So next thing's up. I guess we should probably run a prizening and do that. And I guess as an overview, of course, this is the anniversary stream. We're going to be talking about all sorts of stuff and doing all sorts of things, but there's going to be lots of prizes and opportunities for that type of situation. I got the wheel behind me, and I have some selected items that we're going to be doing periodic like door prize type deals. We'll do a random drawing on right out of the game. This is not like the prizing thing. This has nothing to do with the phrase.
Many happy returns.
So, yeah, many happy returns. Many happy returns is the phrase. Definitely say the phrase to get in on the prizing drawing. That's our normal one. And as of right now, I owe you guys 5 drawings. So we're going to be doing that. And then we'll also randomly be using the wheel to pick a prize, and then I will roll a die using the game's dice rolling emote command thing, and we'll pick somebody who's online in the game and send out a custom named item as well. And then of course we also have other things that are going on. One thing I want to put this out right now, and this is nobody on this call or in the community knows about this. This is something I came up with right at the last minute. How dry I am. Actually, Allium knows about this.
There's a Gix in the live stream.
There's a what?
Gix.
Oh,
He's
it's
in the
Gix.
chat.
Oh,
He's
is
being
he?
sneaky.
Oh, well, tell him to join the call. Let me see something. Where is my?
Yeah, I can send him the link.
Yeah, send him the
I
link.
don't know if he'll take it, but
Yeah, nice. Got the. As I said, you know, I invited as many ex devs as I could for this, and you know, obviously, it's hard to align everything. Sorry, the cameras are blanked out again. I gotta move this over here.
Herding cats.
Yes, herding cats. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so all right, everybody in the community, pay attention. Okay, so as you know, I've gone rogue. So in the next patch, which I have to write this down because otherwise I'll forget it. Hold on a second. Sorry. Deed upgrades. Deed upgrades currently are on sale for 20% off. And as of Monday, they'll be on for 30% off. So I'm putting that into the patch for the 18th.
Like end of year sale kind of thing?
Yeah, it's actually Gwendolyn brought it up in Discord when the release went live, and I was actually playing with that idea of putting, like, you know, more stuff on for 30% off as opposed to 20 and that type of thing, and I actually kind of like wussed out, but then Gwendolyn said, "Yeah, hey, we've done this before. Why don't?" So I was like, "Yeah, I should." So I'm going to put it on. So the deed upgrades will be on sale for 30%. Currently, the Kodos are on the website are on sale for 25% off, and which is more than we've done before. And this next thing, which this is the part nobody knows about, ties into that. So the Kodos are at a pretty good sale right now. That's normal, better than our normal sale. If during this live stream, and it has to be during this live stream, not the recording that you're listening to on YouTube right now, if you do this while we're still live, go up to the website, and if you purchase the 10,750 Kodo pack, which is normally $100 for $75, and you log into the game and get them delivered to you while we're playing, while we're on the stream here, then you will get a cloak for the 10th anniversary of Release 1 that I'm going to make, but nobody else will have that. That's the only way to get this cloak. So this is going to be an absolute true rare. We will not be handing it out as a gift through this. It's not going to be a random door prize. Will not be in the prizing. Will not be ever offered again. It's not going to go into the store. Nothing. So the only way to get this is to go up to the website and buy that 10,000 Kodo pack for $75 while we are doing this live stream. Okay.
Ooh, will you and I be powwowing about what that's going to look like, the eventual item?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So, and so not only this, it'll be a Scotty design cloak. There you go. So, yeah. So the obviously the only thing that's really none of it's really totally set in stone, but I think it'll be the R1 10th anniversary. It will be the title of the cloak. And the only way to get that will be that way. Okay, CC said when will it be mailed, and actually that will be a release 122, so it'll be sent out at the end of January. And what we're going to be doing is that I can see specifically in the logs when the Kodos are delivered, so that's what I'm going to go and use is basically anybody who buys that 10,000 pack between 4 p.m. We'll say 4 p.m. Today until we go offline. That will be the time frame that you're is eligible to get those cloaks. And that will be 1 cloak per account. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe what do you think? With just 1 cloak per bundle, then, right? I don't know.
Who are you asking?
Anybody? Anybody have any feelings on this? Yeah, I don't think it'd be a problem, right? So I originally was thinking 1 cloak per account, but because it's going to show when the 10,750 kodos are delivered to the account, that's my trigger in the logs. So we'll send out a cloak for every 10,750 kodo packs that are delivered. So there you go. Those are $75 a piece for the moment. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go run the 5 drawings because we are now at the first hour. First hour. And I'm going to open it up to anybody here, any of the devs that are in the call who might want to talk about any fond memories they have of the last 10 years. So did we lose? No, Keith. Keith, you want to kick that off? Because you were talking about maybe some stuff going all the way back to the chicken room. Actually, maybe that's where we should start. Is talk about the chicken room.
So I did not go in the first chicken room. I'll continue, even though I wasn't there.
Yep.
But I was a founder as a player. I was not on the team yet, and I do remember some early scene. It was pre the first version of Owl's Head. It was just sort of like a little strip of road that had maybe a couple of decorations on the left and right side. I don't really remember. It was barely anything that I could log into, and I thought that was pretty cool. And then a week or 2 later, it feels like maybe it was I guess it was a month, probably a month later or so, or 2 months, that there was sort of early proto Owl's Head situation. But
Yeah,
somebody else sort of speak to that if I'm getting the timetable of it.
No,
But I remember that early stuff
right.
where you could just sort of walk around in a scene, and then there was other players walking around in the scene. I think a lot of actual players don't really think about that necessarily, because most of the time they get to see the game just before it comes out.
Right.
It's an alpha or beta. If you're lucky, it's an alpha, but probably it's in beta, and most things are sort of like, for the most part, polished up and ready to go. But Shroud the Avatar did it different. Like, let's see all the sort of bumps and bruises from like the very first time you could like log into a scene that's got like pretty much nothing in it. This is how games work. Here, you can take a look, follow along with us. That was pretty cool, I thought.
Yeah, Owl's Head was sort of like the initiator for sort of the outdoor world and what we were trying to get it going then. Hutch was the guy that basically kind of made up that little area and started getting that thing going and showed the very, very first outdoor sort of scenes, based on stuff that Chris, I think, was trying to throw together a lot earlier than that, using like, stuff we were able to find online and things like that. And that was even before I jumped in there. Although what the chicken room was the very first instantiation of any kind of jump in region that you could get into. And that was literally a test of the very first dungeon blocks that I was able to make. I mean, it was what you see in the chicken room now, and what it was literally that ancient map made, put together from the earliest prototypical dungeon pieces that I had made, that then later got updated and made nicer looking and like bump maps and everything else. But yeah,
Scotty, I want to give you some praise for those early pieces. If players don't know what Scotty's talking about, he made like wall pieces and floor pieces and things that would stairs and stuff, doorways that would kind of fit together. Not necessarily Lego style, but you sort of put it together and it sort of match up. And I have worked on some other games that had pieces like that, and you can get stuff from the menu store, and they don't do as good a job as you do with that stuff.
Thank you.
All the tiling works great. There's no sort of weird divisions between lines. The floors are the right height. Everything sort of like lines up, and they held up through the whole lifetime. There might have been 1 or 2 tweaks that had to be made. Like the only one thing I could think of is that there was a rotunda that had like a peaked archway as the doorway that was like a little too tight on the sides for the player to be able to walk.
For the head to go through.
But aside from that, everything just sort of held up super great, and also was adaptable to like other alternative textures and materials, and swap it in doorways and stuff.
Okay, you
It
can
just
go away for now.
really is top notch.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to give you a little applause. Everyone give Sky a little.
Hey,
You guys aren't
Yeah,
world builders. You don't really know how I use the stuff, but top notch.
And I'm sure in one of our hundreds of streams we've talked about before, but Hutch named Owl's Head, and I think he named it after like it's someplace in Vermont.
Yeah, that's a real place there.
Yeah, so it's a real place there, and he claimed that the mountain you could see off to the side in Owl's Head City, that was Owl's Head. But that's also how he always had the debate, won the debate of it should be Owl's space head. What is this Owl's Head? Why is it one word? So we'd always have that debate as to whether or not it was one word or two words.
Yeah, it looks like it's Owl Sheed. That's not a thing.
yeah.
Owl Sheed.
Yeah, no, that's not real. And yeah, no, it's actually based. Hutch said it was based on where he grew up. I think you said that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
I
And he
always
showed a
did wonder.
picture, and it was like, oh, there's that mountain in the background that he put in there, kind of.
Yeah.
I always did wonder about that mountain though, because it's a volcano. Are we going to have some event where Owl's Head is destroyed?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So the chicken room, to circle back, was So, we have these monthly releases. Well, I have a few pet peeves. One of them is acronyms, and the other is meaningless milestone names. So things like alpha and beta, right?
Yeah.
So I would always try to make sure that whatever development milestone or sprint we were building against had like a meaningful name or a goal. And so the chicken room was the result of literally our first sprint. So sprint 1, M1, and it was walk and talk. And so what I asked Chris was, I want players to be able to walk around, and I want them to be able to talk to each other. And like, so what can we do? And I was like, can we do that in 4 weeks? And Chris was like, are you fucking nuts? Like what? like 4 weeks? Like, I'm like, yeah, come on, it's a sprint. Like are we gonna do sprints now, or they're gonna be every 4 weeks? And in 4 weeks, can we get players walking and talking? And he's like, okay, sure. I'll give you a room. I'll give you one room with a chicken. And I'm like, what? A room with a chicken? Fine, I'll take it.
And if Richard were here, he'd be chiming in that he had other things that he added into that he want to make sure there's a chair, you need to be able to sit down in that chair. So we need a chair in there. We need a light you can turn on and off. And the chicken can be in there, but chicken needs to move away from you. If you run into him, he needs to like balk and move away. So that's basically the goal.
Yeah.
So I wasn't there for chicken room. So like, did the chicken actually move? Did it get out of your way?
Oh yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah,
it was a full empty.
That's damn good. That's quite an accomplishment.
And by the way, I didn't give a shit about the chair and the chicken. So what's funny is we have this legendary chicken room, and all I wanted was walk and talk. But I'm glad we did the chicken room, because what I was quickly convinced of is like, well, if that's all people are doing, like if that's all they can do, that's like we can't keep them occupied for 4 weeks while we do something more. Like
There would be no legend in the walk and talk room either.
Yeah, right.
In fact,
So
it's a chicken in a chicken room. It's memorable.
and then I see a great point from Darkwood. Yeah, it's basically flash dance with the chicken. And yeah, it's very good.
Trying to remember, I think that was also another one of those things that was probably the toughest thing that we had to deal with early on, was getting a patcher done, which was all burning toad and having a way for players to get the game. There's so many things like the stuff we're talking about is all the easy stuff. It was all the junk that went on behind the scenes that had to get done that no one thinks about. So I think that patcher hasn't changed that much in forever. So
No.
good job, Burning Toad.
Yeah. Nothing against Burning Toad, but I still hate that patcher.
Aw.
But it works.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's I mean, just for non-necessary information, the patcher was built so long ago. It was built on Unity 5, and it still requires Unity 5 to be built. Yeah,
That's why we don't do builds on it very often, because it's not easy at all.
yeah.
I have another chicken room question. How long did it stay active, that first chicken room? Was it just like a month, one release, or several releases?
I think it was
I think
just
it
a
was just-
weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, just a weekend. Oh, right. So like the game
don't
was
think we left it
accessible
up.
for a whole month back then. It was just specific time frames.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it wasn't until maybe the either 2 or 3 M2 or M3 where we started leaving things up persistently.
Yeah.
So I think we're a couple of 2 or 3 months later before things started. So yeah, I think it was only up maybe a weekend.
And that's more the behind the scenes stuff, was all the really hard stuff, versus what you guys saw was like, I think on that first release, like we didn't have like a dev server, a QA, a live server type thing. It was like, get something up on something that players can connect to, and that's good enough. And yeah, so that other stuff came later, and so we couldn't actually continue doing development, on our actual server, because we didn't have the live server versus a dev server versus a QA server at that time.
Yeah. And
Did it trigger any good lessons? Oh, sorry, Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to say, as proud as I was of those dungeon blocks, we were all like, please, let's shunt the players out and out of something bigger and better. So it was like, oh, Proto Owl's Head, thank God. What were you about to ask, Keith?
I was asking, did were any lessons learned from the chicken room? I mean, obviously, you were like learning and creating a lot, but I don't know if you remember anything specific that the chicken room that maybe triggered in your head, like, oh, we're gonna need this next time.
No. That's so long ago. My brain's been wiped. I mean, there's tons of things, but I remember the big stuff, the big lessons we learned, and a lot of that was just we were kind of
just a constant
I think
learning
the thing we'd said, and I think we've mentioned this before in stream, is it was one of those things where it's kind of like we'll jump out of the airplane and make our parachutes on the way down type thing. But the chicken room was really more just inside, and it was absolutely crazy. That was the other thing that happened that I'll bring up here in a bit, is something that happened in R4 that was kind of important in my life that I'll share here in a little bit. But I don't want to distract from R1 in the chicken room right now.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, as far as the lessons that Art took away from it, because one of the big things is that we entered into that on very shaky legs of like, because I'd been doing other games, prior to that. The last one I'd done with a number of the people that are here right now, like specifically Star and Damon around during that time, it was all low poly stuff. Much low poly art was what was used for things like Ultima 9 and things like that. And UO, we didn't even do Third Dawn yet, so there wasn't any polygons in UO. So we were a little hesitant, we were a little tentative, and so that initial art you saw in the chicken room, especially with the dungeon hallways. After that, there was the big powwow of look, I think it was Stephen Daniele and Hutch. Like we went into separate.
Danelli.
Oh, is that
10 years? You can get his name right. Stephen Danelli, not Daniele.
Well, by the way,
I mess it up too.
I did. I said Daniele during the entire time he was there in my face.
I know. Richard did too.
I mean, because
I'm like, are you sure you're right, Chris? Because I thought that's what it was too.
Danelli. Yeah, because of that, we had a separate meeting. We were like, hey, Scott, you can throw more polys at that. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, I mean, we're in a whole new world now, and you can throw extra polys to make it look like it's an actual curved surface. And furthermore than that, we built polys into the walls then afterward, or I should say I did, that mimicked the texture map and kind of mirrored it outward, so that you weren't just looking at a texture map that pretended to be rocks. There were actually rock polygons sticking out in various areas. And so there was a giant sweeping change that was done to the enormous file, because back then we basically did one max file that contained every single dungeon piece that existed, all of them, all in one max file. and those got exported as individual NIFs one at a time whenever we did things. And so if we made changes, all we had to do is make the changes in the max file with all the things, but then you had to systematically export each one individually as a NIF.
You're saying, did we use NIFs back then? Or
I'm sorry, I keep saying NIFs.
That's Gamebryo world. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I just come off of a stint with King's Isle at the time, so yeah, NIFs. No, not NIFs. We exported them as prefabs. No, not prefabs.
FBX files.
FBX. Thank you.
That's what we use. Yeah.
Yeah, we exported them as FBXs.
Clearly, there's no industry standards for these.
Yeah, but we had to do that individually. Each little piece had to be exported from that giant max file individually based on every change that you made to it. And we had to make a lot of changes. But I mean, that's what we did. And then we started adding bump maps to it. And, we started adding, all kinds of stuff to it to make sure that, it started getting that higher tech quality look that I had never worked in before. I mean, it was all, we had to fake everything. Everything was faked, So Unity, even back then during its earlier phases allowed for a lot of stuff. And that was even before, what do they call it? PBR textures? What were the surface?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, PBR.
Yeah, it was before that.
Ribbons.
Yeah. So it was before we even adopted that, but there was a lot of stuff that we could do that we simply could not get away with in, like, for instance, Ultima 9 Ascension. That allowed me to go in and really polish those things afterward. And so we spent easily the next month I did working on those dungeon pieces to try to update them to the higher quality art that we could achieve in Unity, which was sort of unheard of for me at the time. So that was definitely the lesson that we took out of the chicken room for sure, is that we can up the quality and not suffer for it frame count wise, which was, a whole new world of joy for me.
I've got a question that somebody mentioned that I'll address here, which is Hollyhawk, another longtime follower of the game and friend in game, said biggest mistake or biggest thing we learned is that we shouldn't have gone with Unity. So for those who are curious why we did go with Unity instead of Unreal, it's because 10 years ago, if you go and look in the history of Unreal, 10 years ago, to get the license type we needed for Unreal at that time, it was about $2 million.
Yeah.
It was before they went to the percentage model. It wasn't until about release 6, we're getting close to 8 months or a year into the project, where they completely overhauled their money model and went from a pay for a license to you get everything for free, and then if you make money, you give us a percentage. So going with Unity at the time was the right decision. If we had started the project a year later, it would have been the wrong decision. But it is one of those things that, who knows how it affected or what the difference, things would have turned out differently. So,
and I have to admit, I mean, I'm glad we used it at that moment in time, because that's what I had become familiar with. Because what most of you all don't know, I mean, everyone here kind of at least knows of it or remembers it directly, is that even before the Kickstarter, there was work that was being done on this project, sort of in secret by me and Dennis LeBay at Richard's behest. Richard can talk about more of that later. And that was being done in the earliest days of Portalarium, when they were still kind of doing the garage game thing and some other stuff that was being done at the time. And it was a total secret. I mean, he wasn't even, Richard wasn't even wanting to tell Dallas about it. He was just making Dallas pay me and Dennis for it, which, you can imagine those of you who know Dallas, he loved that so much. It was just so ingratiating for him. He loved it and loved us for it. But despite his grumpy nature at the time over that, because he was actually very supportive later, but we ended up, me and Dennis LeBay, just by ourselves, utilized Unity for free. And while Dennis was making stuff, including character art and concept stuff, I was doing a lot of concept stuff, rendering it out in 3D Studio Max, and then bringing stuff into Unity. And before Dallas finally was like, whoa, hold on, hold your horses. We don't even have programmers yet to assign to any of this. We don't have anything. You've drawn the cart so far before the horse now that you have a functional scene that you can walk around in and look at particle effects and buildings and be a person in this weird little, proto Shroud of the Avatar world, which at the time was meant to be fully alien steampunk, like full on alien steampunk. and so coming in when I did after the Kickstarter, which the Kickstarter was something that, back when Dennis and I had finished all that art, because there was loads of prototypical art, some of which players who visit, fans of the game who visited our offices in the early days when we still had offices in the before times, were able to see some of that stuff, some of those early concept pieces, artwork, and even the Unity scene that we built, that we were able to run around in and showcase what we had done. And a lot of that stuff that we did back then that was pure steampunk slowly but surely filtered its way back into the game once we got Hutch, when Hutch was working on Owl's Head, and we were talking about bringing stuff that was steampunkish back into the game and possibly utilizing them. So for a while, it was just purely generic, what we could find on the Unity Asset Store and other places. And then it slowly began to get the flavor of Shroud of the Avatar once some of those oldest designs and concepts came back into it.
And that was something actually that we talked about a lot as a team, the original art style and, the steampunk, which a lot of it, that's what Richard wanted. And the fear was if we went too different from Ultima's type stuff, that it might scare people off. And, let's start with Ultima feeling stuff, and then we can start mixing in the other stuff. So there's a lot of talks about that, and that was one of those things Richard was pushing really hard on, the crazy styling from the very early days. But yeah,
he wanted it, but it was too much of a risk, too much potential risk. But it slowly made its way back in. It got folded into the mixture after a while, and now there's a lot of that stuff that we see that we now associate with cobalts primarily in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's kind of neat to see that stuff appear. A lot of it still hadn't become like a thing that we were going to truly use, like those, especially those different Stirling engines and power devices and things like that would be used to do stuff. But they've become like tchotchkes that got entered into some of the adventures where you had to turn on or off things and get things powered up or running before such and such would be allowed to occur in games. So it was kind of neat to see them eventually incorporated and utilized for adventures and stuff, because they do make a really beautiful look to the world. But yeah, Richard wanted to go even further than that, like full on like Edwardian waistcoats and things of that kind, and only bits and pieces of the style, I think, for the clothing at least, started coming in later on. I think I've seen some top hats and stuff going around, right?
Oh, there are top hats, you bet.
Yeah, top hats, and
there's top hats, there's flaming top hats.
Yeah. So yeah, we started getting some of that stuff, some of that Victorian age pseudo steampunk gear in there too, which is fun. Fletcher Kinnear helped out with a lot of that too. He designed a lot of that kind of stuff and got those in later too for costuming, which I love.
Oh yeah, all the clockwork stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey,
I'm looking for some of those pictures, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I haven't found them yet, but I may have them around.
Cool.
I have some I could probably share on the screen later.
Yeah, it was the clockwork stuff that was cool, that had the little round like John Lennon kind of glasses on it.
Yeah.
That kind of made me go, okay. At one point I was like, okay, it's summertime. People need sunglasses.
Yeah.
So I made a whole set of sunglasses that I thought, okay, these are cool. I even made it like 70s glasses, but
I need to. Sorry, Damon. I need to interject here for a second. A couple of things. One is Gweno, who's trying to get a summon to Castle Atos. Send me a friend request. Ravalox, Ravalox.
Too late, Ravalox.
Okay,
we already figured it out talking behind your back.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, good. As long as you got it, because
Nathaniel has got it, says the Jaws man. See, everyone's talking about it.
All right, cool. Awesome. All right, that's one. The other was that we have these prizings sitting here, so I want to get that done before we're due to do another set. So I'm going to. I really hate to interrupt the flow because you guys were really going good there. Okay, so let's read off some prizes here. And do we want to do the usual thing of prize and name? Anybody offering who could see the prizes?
I can't really see them, but I'm waiting to see how this manifests.
I could do it. What do you want me to do? What am I doing? I'm ready.
Oh,
Daniel's got it.
Yeah. So, well, your choice if you want to read off names or prizes.
I'm actually going to see the names first and decide if I can pronounce them.
Okay. All right.
I'll say the names.
Okay. All right.
Oh, this is always the fun part of like, can you pronounce the names?
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly. Right.
And
So,
are you being pranked?
so
Are the players intentionally pranking you with these names?
Yeah.
So we have five prizings done here. I'll read off the prize and then read off the five names. Okay. So the first prize is a Virtue Ice Staff.
All right. So all 5 is what I'm saying, right?
Yep, all 5 of them. Yep.
All right. Virtue Ice Staff goes to Strider Green, Christ Pallid, Jenny Uke. A second one for Jenny Uke. Clearly, we still have not fixed that.
Yeah, duplicate bug.
I think that's Genie UK.
Yeah, I think so too.
Jenny UK. Nice. And Swami. So congratulations to those winners. Next
up is a Winter Pattern Glass Floor Lamp 3-pack.
This is Makey Antier, Xanthem, Pandragore Eisenfaust, Drizzt Dragonfire, and Keyman. Keyman, by the way, who was on the stage very early.
You skipped a line. Keyman's not right.
Oh, sorry, not Keyman. Oh, there's a little spoiler. Kainissa?
Kainisse, or yeah, something like that. The next one is an Ornate Sled.
All right, Ornate Sled. I'm gonna go bottom to top. Keyman. That's where Keyman actually gets something. Keyman gets the Ornate Sled. Badfast, Duncan McLeod, Haralder Scardarbury, and Swami. Oh, that's Swami again, but with a different prize.
How about that? Ornate Replenishing Snowball Box from 2015.
All right, that goes to Flare Minamoto, Ka Fenris, Crossfire Bug's Eye, Blackbeard, Galmeral Sternenfuhrer.
Excellent. And the final prize for this wave is the Icy Ancient Stone Cathedral. This is a player dungeon room.
All right. Aurelius Silverson, Lilybird, Ozurion Dufresnes. Hopefully I said that right. Nagash Mortis, and Darkline.
Excellent.
I guess it should be implied that after I say anything, it's hopefully I said that right.
Yes. Congratulations
we
to
all
everybody.
have names like Lilybird. Easy. Swami, make it easy.
There you go.
Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah.
Yay.
Excellent.
So we'll have another drawing in about a half hour. So make sure you guys say the phrase. And
then we're going to modify the prizing script so that the more syllables that are in your name, the better your chance to win. Just to make it that much more fun to read.
Maybe also the more consonants.
Yeah, there you
go.
Well,
man, then at that point, Gwenno would probably like win hands down because I cannot even pronounce that last name.
Yeah.
That's some Gaelic that I cannot wrap my tongue around right there at all.
That's the fun part. Do it now. Try it right now.
Gualgaeth.
Oh.
Gualgaeth? No? Yes.
Another rule might be the more letters you have that are pronounced like a different letter, that probably increases your chances.
Hey, while we're doing this, since we got a break and we just did those prizes, I'm gonna hand out I'm considering a door prize, right? So I'm gonna spin the wheel, and then I'm gonna randomly pick somebody who's currently logged into the server. And
you should call it a portal prize.
A portal prize, okay.
Instead of a door prize. Get it?
Yeah.
Oh, portal. Yeah.
You get it. Scotty got it.
Oh, I got it. Everybody got it.
Scotty got it.
Good.
Okay, so here we go.
And I found those images, by the way. So once this is done, I'll gladly share them off.
All right, cool. All right, so we have a Lord British moon dial, and this is going to be a custom named Lord British moon dial. So it's going to get that done right now. Get that into my inventory. Okay. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'll move my chat where everybody can see it. I'll get it out of the way of that. It'll be small anyway, but go on this one here and /roll.
Make a new tab and then drag it out of your chat window so you can just have the one tab.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me do that. I actually already set up this
Smart.
orb chat to do that. So come on, get over. Now it's dragging out other tabs. Okay.
You've got too many tabs.
Yeah. Okay. 1,000. There we go. Okay. Now I have to go over and see. This is wonderful systems that we have. We think about these things about 5 minutes before the stream. So.
Chaos. I like it.
Yep. I actually put that. I think I put that in the email blast that I sent out before the stream that would be chaos going on.
I am dancing the Starleton in the game right now in support of chaos. Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
There you go. That was the Starleton in the reels.
Yep.
In the for really real world.
Red 7 Bow is our first winner.
Nice. Congratulations. What did he get?
That was it. It's a custom named Lord British Moon Dial. I am going to rename it to say first 10th anniversary. R1 10th anniversary. If I could find recently looted. There it is. GM rename R1 10th anniversary. Look, it's spelled right and everything. Okay. Well, maybe I'll put a dash in here. No, that's fine. Yep. Okay, there we go. So that will get. I don't know if Red 7 Bow is in the scene with us, then I can hand it to him. Otherwise, I'll have to mail it to him.
Oh, that's cool. You'll be able to just give it away right now if possible.
That's awesome. I shouldn't have closed that tab. Oh well. Yeah, that's my intention. We should put a mailbox in the scene. What I really need to do. I was actually going to make a dev only portable mailbox type of thing.
And I think Star's going to have to go here in a few minutes to pick up his family member. But at some point, Star and I, we keep talking about it. At some point, we'll actually do it. We'll do a Shroud of the Avatar post-mortem, all the things we learned, all the things we, screwed up and that type of stuff. Star has a long list. This is different than mine. This is mostly like all these big picture stuff.
Yeah, the things you learned is not a long list, but the things you screwed up might be.
Oh no! Well, everything.
That's just mean. I didn't mean to say that.
But hey,
I don't take it back. That was funny. Sick burn.
On that
sick burn.
Was it?
Wait. With that said, I want to then right now I'm gonna say Star in March. Your birthday's in March, right?
My birthday is in March. That is a true statement.
I would like to. I actually wanted to do this last year, but things got away from us. So if you are available sometime in March, I'd like to do the live stream with you, and we could do this post-mortem thing that Chris is talking about.
What's in March? Is that the 10-year anniversary of launch or something?
Well, actually, it's not the 10-year anniversary. What is it? That I guess it's like 6 years or something like that. But but it's Star's birthday, so like we do the Lord British thing, we could do a Star birthday stream, and you guys could get on there and and basically burn each other for a while.
Yeah, it'd be a roast.
Drink it like the old days.
It'd be a roast. Yeah. So that sounds great, and it's been awesome.
No
to
commitment.
Be here.
Yeah.
And thanks for having me. And again, thank you, community, for making this entire thing happen. You are amazing, and thank you, team, for making this happen. You're amazing as well. And have a great rest of your stream. I have to go pick up my daughter from an after-school event and rescue her from the rain. And thank you. Have fun.
All
Happy
right.
10.
Yep.
Chicken room.
Bye, Star.
Drive safe and have fun.
Star.
Happy holidays. So
Star long, everyone. Dark Star in the game.
There you go.
Instrumental to the success of Shroud the Avatar.
So here's the question I have. If I wanted to share these images real quick from the earliest days, even prior to the chicken room,
Yep.
It's sort of the what started it all, and then I'll even show you some of the images of those, those earliest design dungeon pieces that we made, like when the chicken room was was just a glimmer in Star's eye. Then what's the best way to do it? Like, for instance, here inside of the Google Meet thing, I have the present now, and if I hit present now and I go ahead and share my screen and hit share, then doing so brings up my ability to, I guess, show it. So, but what do you all see versus what can we share from the standpoint of these images?
Well, yeah, go ahead. I mean, we can see what you're doing. I have that on stream right now, so I even
you
the
see
screen
it,
and everything.
and can they see it? They're
Yep.
able to see it too.
Yep, they're able to see it.
Okay, well, good deal. Well, yeah, so this was literally the first image that started it all. This was back again when it was still the sort of Shroud of the Avatar was sort of the secret little thing that was the glimmer in Richard's eye, and that was back when he was trying to convince us that he'd made up steampunk. Even though I knew it was sort of a new to him thing, at the time he didn't realize just how popular it already was. But he really wanted to capture the look and feel. And the first thing he wanted to do was to kind of come up with the idea of a variety of functional sort of engines and power devices that could be utilized in this eventual game to make everything happen, to power cities, to allow adventuring parties to set up like, electrical barricades around areas where they were like checking out ancient ruins or digging, mines or whatever they were doing. So there was a lot of plans for a lot of these usages, even before we thought to, later on associate this kind of stuff with the kobolds. That the human beings in this world, or whatever races we were going to have in this world, would utilize things like this. So, like the Stirling engines on the right, the capacitors that you see in the very bottom, this sort of the Tesla coil kind of little energy kind of creator thing, the still on the left that would create fuel. And then even up to including like golems or whatever that might be able to, robots that would move around that had muscles that were activated by all of the same kind of electricities or mana or whatever the energy was going to be called, that would be summoned up using things like this. And so that's that little table with the levers on them are showing how like muscles could contract and such. And then I started playing around with designing them in Max, possible look and feels of interiors. He really wanted to go for sort of a Victorian steampunk England meets Wizard of Oz kind of thing. So that was one of the big deals, was that the Oracle was conceived of then. And it, and this is the chamber that the Oracle was going to exist in back then, where he, she, or it would kind of look through windows and gaze out at things that were happening in the world all around and be able to render opinions and judgment and things like that. So the Oracle was the Oz of the world he was wanting to create. And at first he thought, well, maybe the Oracle will be a machine. It's obviously this machine thing that you can go up and talk to and have audience with, and there'd be like robots, protector robots around the room. But there might also be like, this council of 8 or something like that would gather, who would sort of mediate for the Oracle or whatever. So so ideas of what the Oracle's design might look like, slightly sinister, this machine that was, thinking, but at the same point in time, amoral, so you never know. And, how much does it make the council bend to its will, or vice versa, who would sit in these chairs. And there, the idea was that robots would guard around, and would, automatons, which Richard really loves. He's very much into automatons and things of that kind, especially the old world style automaton concept in the very beginning of like the sci-fi era that was brought about during like the 1920s and earlier, when some of the earliest sci-fi kind of writers were coming up with what robots of the future would look like. So he loved that look. But then he also had this idea of, well, maybe that was the neutral look of the Oracle. Maybe if the Oracle was, disposed of in a kind way that day, it would make a different, like it was, you had done something that made it pleased with you, then maybe the Oracle would appear as this angelic thing over like a pit of light and air, and you'd still see those same things behind her or it, but this sort of being made of light would sort of appear before you. You could half pick itself out of the air in particles that glow. And so those who would go in and talk to it would see, instead of the robots around, these angelic beings that would, in statues that were sort of sentinels. But then if the Oracle was angry at you, it might appear like this. And so you see, even on its brow at this point, is the sort of ethical hedonism symbol that you see on the top of its forehead that Richard likes to use. He has the necklace he made himself of that kind of stuff as well. But in this case, it was the angry Oz with lightning and the Tesla coils there that were presenting energy, and it would kind of talk angrily to you like Oz did in the Wizard of Oz, with the big green head with fire and stuff like that, and be super intimidating. And so you tried to create chambers where you could see that at different angles and such. And you're seeing there both some of the work where the work that I did in 3D, and that's mixed with some of the work that Dennis LeVay did there, that the lady on the far right down below, as he started to play with some of the earliest costume ideas that Richard wanted to explore, and some of the earliest objects that would then later be seen in the game. And you actually see these in Shroud of the Avatar now in various places.
Yeah, definitely.
Later, it was like, oh, well, now let's talk about living spaces for players. And so we started, again, this is a combination of both some work that Dennis did on like the character standing there, which was all in 2D, but I brought that into the 3D environment and kind of made everything look like it all fit into the same scene. So all of these objects in there, including like the original idea for the first moon dial, got thrown into the scene. And this is the whole, and then the Oracle was everywhere, right? The Oracle's eyes were all over the place. So what we see now in the form of like the Oracle spiders that crawl around and look at stuff, in every home there was supposed to be an Oracle sort of console, and the Oracle could look around your room and your house at will. So it had that Orwellian kind of feeling to it, as well as what the steampunk kind of stuff. And so, yeah, a lot of the stuff, even these chairs, got made and put into the game at some point in time. The little stepping stool there, a lot of the stuff, which has this little ray gun on it, right? A communications device that was meant to pop up and you could talk to people over long distances. And again, this was back when it was meant to be this Victorian mix of sci-fi, not as opposed to the medieval bit that we took the first time around. But again, you can see bits and pieces of this art later on in our game. Not everything, like the console never made it in there. But of course, what would be good with a world of this kind without there being like science chambers of experimentation and creation, and so back in the background you see that early concept of the fuel, the fuel distillery kind of thing, and more Tesla coil stuff and weird engines and things of that kind, and experiments inside of this laboratory, or laboratory, as you want to pronounce it, of course, with everything from like a telescope that you can look out through and like look at the constellations, because the idea of constellations being functional even back then was something that was discussed. The fuel objects, the doorways, and then here you see like a general emporium. It's meant to be the stores in the game might look like this, and you may have seen that I've reused some of this art. Like if you've been into the depths of the of Artifice, the chamber that has all the wealth in it, uses these decorative sort of things to kind of help define that space, and some of the windows and things like that.
Those counters are definitely
the what now?
The one with the counters and that
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we had a
Glass
recent
top.
wish list request for display cases with a glass top, and I
Uh-huh.
said, "Hey, that already exists in game. It's just not operable by players."
Oh,
So,
that's right. Yeah, we do have some of that in the game, and so some of that stuff can pretty easily at this point probably be made into stuff that players can use and enjoy. But yeah, all this stuff was the work even before there was a Kickstarter for the game itself. Long before the Chicken Room, this stuff was the stuff that Dennis and I were designing for the purposes of seeing Richard's vision through. Um, Up to including the little, like later on, I think Bob made a different version of it. But yeah, we the little kind of hand crank calculator device thing for each of the places where you'd go up and you'd pay your money or credits or whatever it was at the time. So yeah, objects like player lamps that could be on the wall that were made in the same way. There was
That was
a
awesome.
Yeah, back then there was meant to be like a crafting table where you entered these little things in that would allow you to make certain objects. Like, so if you're making that gun, then you can see the little gun image floating above between the two little platelets that kind of create a holographic image. And then when you made things on the crafting table, you'd see all this wonderful scientific stuff, pseudoscience.
I'm sure like crane arms would be moving and stuff.
Yeah,
Obviously,
they'd be
sparks.
rapidly making the object right before your eyes, kind of like in Fifth Element, where they take that arm and it recreates her completely from scratch with the little arms that come down and put it all together in front of your face. So that's what these were meant to be like that. The auto calculation engine, and again, I was trying to present this back then in a way that was like, oh yes, glowing Nixie tubes conveniently display your numeric solutions. That whole, that whole kind of feel, immediate resolutions for all your mathematical daily needs. So it was kind of wacky, and I wanted to put it out that way, but this was meant to be an early taste. Oh yeah, the amazing fully charged hover pack allows intrepid user to momentarily float in midair, because we can't really fly. It's basically a mount you float along with.
Hey Scotty, so one of our people here in the Twitch chat said, a Kush lady says this should go into a book or have its own section in Discord. What a treat to see it finally. So I know that we want to, and we have been looking to do it. We set up the forum sections for the lore and things along those lines. So eventually, hopefully, we will be getting these pictures and stuff up onto the official Shroud of the Avatar forums.
Oh, surely. Yeah, gladly. Yeah, because this is a lot of history that most of the people, especially people these days now in the game, have never seen.
Nope.
Yeah. So, and
I don't think I've seen most of this stuff either.
I know it's crazy, right? But of course, you've seen sort of the ghostly descendants of it appear in the game. Not everything, but some of the stuff. But you can get, you get a feeling for this flavor that Richard really originally wanted. I mean, his passions. This is the reason why he's the president of the Explorers Club right now, because it harkens back to those early days of exploration, and the idea of like, finding the new mountains and all this other kind of stuff. Of course, the native tribes had lived there for years, but that's not what the British thought. Of course, they're discovering it whole cloth themselves. But there's even something like this that appeared in the game at one point in time, I remember. But yeah, I mean, the idea that it shoots out, gas rings and just weird stuff like that, which is pretty cool. And then is when Unity came into play, and that's when I first got my hands on it. And between Dennis's designs and my world building stuff, we just threw together a scene that had all these different ideas for what some of the external areas, the external bits of architecture might look like, and just playing around with some of the earliest stuff. But when you look in here again, you will see that some of this stuff has survived, and that even includes some of the early plant-like things that we were able to get my hands on, basically, from the earliest days of asset packs that we brought. And so over the years, especially when it came to some of the weird alien things like the Shardfall regions
there's weird plants that are in the Shardfalls.
Yeah, the weird plants, and some of them are just flavor, but others like later attack you and things like that.
Yep.
And it's been pretty cool to kind of get that stuff going. And so, of course, Richard loved both the steampunk and a mixture of Art Nouveau and a variety of other things that just got thrown together here. and not even in a haphazard way. I mean, there was a lot of thought put into this. It's just that it never got turned into anything that became Shroud of the Avatar, because then we kind of took a step backward into the realm of the medieval fantasy instead of drawing upon stuff like this.
And in the chat, and Darkwood said, "What game again?" So for anyone who's just popping in, I don't know if Darkwood just popped in, but anyone popping in, we're talking about Shroud the Avatar's potentially pre-Shroud the Avatar days. You know, when we knew there was going to be a game, we didn't necessarily have it locked down what the game was about, or maybe even there was no name, I guess, at that point. Probably we're just sort of like figuring out what we can work with. I say we, I wasn't there at all, but figuring out what could be worked with, and buildings and items and stuff, like what a scene might look like, what the scale is. You know, who knows?
Well, and the idea being, you know, even then he was thinking that he still wanted to draw upon certain aspects of the Ultima lore, and, you know, as a spiritual successor kind of thing, which Shroud definitely became. But but what it was meant to be also was this idea of, well, you know, a lot of those, you know, the whole shattering of the gem, you know, and all that other kind of stuff, you know, playing with the idea that there's multiple universes, that, you know, one of the possible endings of Ultima 9 was that the whole world was basically destroyed, except part of it was taken away and, you know, was preserved. And that, you know, it was possible that, you know, oh, what if some bubble of that preservation appeared in another place, and they developed all the steampunk technology as the next step away from what was going on during, you know, the old Ultima days, you know, that kind of thing. Because he wanted to be a successor, but he didn't want it to be necessarily like a direct, you know, a direct descendant.
Big dotted line connection.
A conceptual connection more than anything else.
That looks awesome. I wish some of the stuff sort of like lingered in our project assets, and I could just sort of go back and just like, I'm actually using this now.
Well, the funny thing is that somewhere up there in the archives, all of the stuff still exists. That's where I went and drew a lot of it from when I started including the stuff in the more, you know, in the last 5 years of the iteration of the Shroud of the Avatar. So
were those actual effects, or was that like a waterfall you built just sort of static?
Oh yeah, no, those effects were functioning. That water was pouring out into the water. Nice. The weird lights were shining off of the spinning copper coils that were down there that you see. Yeah. All that stuff was active and functional.
So that was like a generator. Generator as part of the dam.
Yeah, that's right. It was a dam and an electric generator, or whatever we're calling the etheric sort of power, or whatever that supply was that was being made using the steampunkish rules. But yeah, it was going to be an alien world, you know, weird multiple moons in the sky and all kinds of stuff. And this was our first attempt at kind of laying it out and saying, well, what do you think, Richard? Do you like this? Do you like how this is feeling? But then that's around the time that Dallas was like, nope, cart before the horse. Everyone need to stop on this, because, you know, we're already having a scene you can run around in, and we don't have any programming support, and we don't have any design support, because it was basically just being built by artists and only artists. You know, and Richard guiding us to the extent that he could, but it was mainly just Richard sitting back and eating popcorn while we just, you know, threw out all this craziness and started building this world.
So we make jokes about programmer art. This was the other way around. Artist software.
Yeah.
An art-driven game.
This is a total artist-driven game with only, and we had such a short time to do it in. I mean, we really didn't have time to really build upon it as thoroughly as we wanted to, because as soon as I'd learned Unity and learned how to build a scene and get all the particles in it and everything else, that's when the kibosh, you know, the curtain was drawn, and like, nope, no more, because I was just about to jump in and try to start getting more characters running around, and because as it was, you could run around in it, but you were sort of a disembodied, you know, presence. There was no, I didn't have any characters with animation or animals or anything like that. It was all particle systems and, you know, animation built into meshes, and what little particles I could dredge up out of what I could find in Unity at the time, and then me animating meshes in Max and bringing them in as animated objects, like the spinning stuff that you see under that dam. So yeah, it was a lot of work, only to sort of like fall away and be like hidden in the archives of time.
Yeah, that's game development. You'll work days or weeks or even months on something that is a big if and you might have to like get rid of some to all of it in order to move in the eventual direction that you want to move in.
Yeah, yeah. So and that, even the coolest stuff, like even the weird like whatever Art Deco like Tesla tower design that you see in the back, one of the big
All
towers.
those brass archways and frames and stuff are awesome. They're just such a nice shape to all those things.
Yeah, they're beautiful. I mean, and at some point in time, if I can find a way to get more of that stuff in, there could be an entire area, either in the new worlds or whatever, episode 2 stuff, episode 3 stuff that may be more in line with, like, in the same way that the first time you walk into you see Lothlorien revealed in Tolkien, it's this whole new architectural style of the elves, right? And so having places where there's more of this stuff that you might see later on would be a really cool thing, a really neat eventual thing that I'd love to see, certainly, because to me it's visually exciting, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we did talk a while back in this live stream about like some of you guys will I'm going to show you how to set up some conversations, some NPCs, and maybe we'll start sort of having a few towns have like this small amount of individuality, but it'll be a slow burn as we sort of start learning, as you guys learn how to do this. But anytime you want to start supplying us with special houses, not even houses, but if they're just sort of platforms, or frameworks, or sort of decorations that can go along the road, we can easily add that. We could pick a town and say, like, you know what, this town in South Palatus, it probably should have some unique brass lanterns or something like that. Things like that.
Hey, guess what? We
What?
have a Gix. Hey.
Ah, he took the bait.
Long time.
Hey, Matt.
Welcome.
Oh, can't hear you. You muted.
Yep, still can't hear you.
Oh, there we are, of course. How's that? Huh?
Oh,
hey.
nice. Good to see you, Matt.
Yeah, great to see you, all my wonderful friends.
Would you like to introduce yourself, or should we do
it? Sure. Gix Vargach here, formerly lead animator for a period of time at Portalarium. So, Matt, also, as you can see.
And also a streamer of the game after that.
That's true. For a good little bit there, I streamed the game. That was so much fun. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep, that's why I have my own little emotes in here in Twitch now. But yep, good stuff. But also, I didn't think it would be a proper live stream if I didn't bring a little toast in. So
there you go.
Cheers to everybody, huh?
Cheers.
Cheers.
There's also a Gix emote.
Mine.
There's a 10 wonderful years, huh? 10 more years.
Yeah, there's a Gix emote that's not really spread around, but if anyone's in Castellatos, you can see me doing it right now.
That's true.
A Sanio character.
/Gix. Find me in game. I think the last time I logged in was over a year ago, but So, anyway, how's everybody doing?
Pretty
good. I remember when you were doing animations, and you would ask me sometimes for an animation, and then one particular time doing that prospector dance, I had to do it for you, and then you had to record it on your phone. So.
Yeah.
So if anyone knows the prospector dance in the game, that was based on literally me doing it in front of Matt, so we can animate it properly.
Yeah.
And then also things like the snap turn on lights when it comes to.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Hey.
Yeah, we had to find magical ways to do some of those things, right? Turn lights on and off instead of having to grab a manual switch every time on all those art assets. Just use a little magic, right? Why not?
Yeah.
I'm going to.
In my mind, it came from like clap on, clap off kind of thing, but both hands. Let's just do snap.
I'm going to interject for a second to remind everybody to say the phrase, which is
many happy returns.
There you go.
Say it in any in-game chat channel.
There you go. Say it. We have about 7 minutes, and then I'm going to do another set of drawings. And at this point, we have no current hype trains going. So we have 2 drawings that will come out of that. And I'll go ahead and spin the wheel again and send something out directly. I sent out the Lord British Moon Dial, which was custom named for the 10th anniversary of R1, to the player already live in game, so they already have their prize. And so when we spin the wheel, we'll be doing that live and sending that right out to her, or handing it over to the person if they're present in the scene with us.
So Matt, what was your first things that you did on Shroud of the Avatar? Do you remember?
Ooh, let me try to remember what was first.
I assume you weren't there, like I wasn't there for release 1, which is kind of what we're celebrating.
No, I don't remember what release either, but it was 2015, summer-ish maybe.
I was trying to think. Matt and I worked at the same company before for years, so
Yep.
I think a few of us, there's a few people who came from that same company, Redfly, great company.
Oh, yep. Yeah. Great company. Yep, Damon worked at Redfly as well.
Yep.
Sure did.
Yep.
And,
yeah.
Number of the engineers as well were over there. I'm trying to think who else, but yeah. But yeah, it didn't seem like you came over right away.
What's kind of funny is where I work right now, I think there's probably 6 people from Redfly there too. You know?
Who's over there? Jim Shea? Is Jim Shea there?
Jim Shea is there. Yes.
Punch him.
Cody Korthauer. Who else? Matt Lopez.
Oh man, yeah, lots of good guys.
Good handful of us, yeah. So Redfly seems to infest itself all over the place, doesn't it?
It does. The last place I was at was Dan and Chris's thing.
Yeah.
Just had to change the name. They couldn't be Redfly anymore.
No, they've been a few things since.
Yeah.
Rinaldi points out that in Brittany Fields there's a pond called Schmidt's Pond, and is asking if it's a reference to your name.
Well, of course.
It's got to be. I replied in the chat that we definitely named a bunch of places after other devs.
Yep.
Actually, I don't even think I remember where Schmidt's Pond is, so I'll have to log in and go.
Yeah, I'm sure that we didn't even tell a lot of you guys.
Right.
Oh, there's a whole little scavenger hunt in that scene that will lead you through the pond at some point.
Nice.
So go to the orchard first. Go to the little shack in the orchard.
I will. I shall. Nice.
And there's a bunch of other areas in the game, like Brecon Bay, and what other ones are there?
Hole Top, Snell's Bend.
Yep.
I think
Castle Atos?
Not all
yeah, I was
scenes.
gonna say,
Yeah,
there's some
Castle Atos.
castle named after some guy. You know?
Crooked Shank is actually a spin on my grandmother's maiden name, which was Crookshank.
Huh.
Bent Lake. So there's I don't know if it's in the Easter egg forum post, but
it won't. It will
It
be
will be
now.
soon.
that's the secret behind that name.
Yeah.
Probably not the greatest scene to connect to my grandmother because there were horrible things that happened in that scene, fictionally.
So, Matt, we have the rule that when you join us on the stream, you got to sing a song before you leave. So, what song are you planning on singing for us?
Oh man.
Play along, guys.
Yeah, we all did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you all did. I don't have any off the top of my head, but
Blair, if you look, John Marcus gave 1337 bits, so I have to sing at least one song.
Yeah, there
Sorry.
you go. Them is the rules.
He's been doing it several times when you haven't been on stream at all. You probably owe him quite a few.
Chris, do you want to do your song now? Is that this impression I get?
Well, that's going to be the highlight. I should wait a little while. Although, if John Marcus is out there, he was in, I'm trying to remember, I think he was in Japan. Like Japan or Korea. I know he was like crazy. Like he'd be on and it'd be like 2 a.m. or whatever, wherever he was. So maybe I should do it soon to
Nice.
Japan. Yes, I did remember correctly.
Oh, and there he
Hasn't
is.
been that long.
He's in chat.
I don't remember much about the chicken room, but I remember talking to John Marcus in the crazy early mornings. Oh, it's 9 a.m. now. Good morning.
I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal. Between now and the next time you do a stream, I'll come up with a good song and I'll sing it then. How's that?
Oh, nice.
Actually, Merrick Dragon
You
is
can hold me
suggesting
to
that you
it.
play guitar. That would work.
Hey, you play guitar?
Hold on, got one better.
Oh,
Bagpipes?
Ukulele?
Glockenspiel.
Oh,
As you watch me wheel away and back. How about a ukulele instead?
Nice.
well, that'll work. I can't bring the piano upstairs, right?
Although I barely
Matt-
know how to play it, I'm just kind of.
Hey, Mark or Matt, do you give lessons? I want Maxine to learn to play the ukulele. Although I've been saying that, and then now the commercials are all like friends don't let friends play ukuleles. I don't know if you've seen that one, but
I love that commercial. If I were good enough, I would give her a lesson, but I'm still like just a few months in.
we can barely hear it. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
We hear you
Anyway.
perfectly, but I'm sure it's all
Yeah.
tuning out the
I'll
other
just
stuff.
play it right up here by the side. All
As
right.
far as we know, it sounded perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. Trust me, that was some New Britannian tunes that.
That's
were
the Emperor's New
perfectly
Song.
played. That's what it is.
I am drawing prisonings.
Noise.
Okay.
All right. Well, anyway, I'll leave it to you guys, but just wanted to pop in and say hi. It's great to see you all again.
Yeah,
You
great
too.
seeing you, Matt. Say hi to
See you, Matt.
Don't be a
say
stranger.
hi to all my buddies over there.
Bye.
For sure. Likewise. Hi to everybody else.
I
ya.
have to- I actually have to do the same. So I wanted to say it's good to pop in and see everyone.
Yeah, happy holidays, you guys.
Yeah, I was glad to
See
see
you, Damon.
all these shining faces. And next time.
And shinier the bolder we get too. That's the amazing
That's
part.
true for some of us, yeah. Just whiter for me, but just as fun. All right, see you.
All right. See you
Yep,
later.
take care.
Okay.
2 art guys down, but we still have an art guy here.
That's
Yep.
right.
In emergency situations, we still have an art guy.
And speaking of that, here, wait, did you already draw the prize and do the thing?
Well, I got the 2 prisonings are coming up in the chat channel for reading, and then I have to spin the wheel also.
Ah, okay. Well, I was going to show you, or are you going to do that right now, or should I show some? I'll show the kind of the
Show us.
prototype dungeon stuff.
Do it.
Okay, let me do it. Hold on a second. Let me pull that up real quick.
I love seeing this dungeon stuff.
Yeah, and this is the old stuff too. But then later on, I have some other files that I can show, like where I developed the kobold theme for the architecture for the kobolds and a bunch of other stuff like that, which ended up being really fun. But in the original Caverns post, that's when I actually revealed to everyone for the first time. I'll go ahead and bring it up right now. See, present entire screen and share. There we go. So inside of here, in the initial post where I started talking about the use of the pieces, here you can see, like, early on, these were the basic prefab hallway pieces that would enter into make the hallways for the dungeons. And this is like, okay, guys, is this going to work? And is this going to be the right size? And these were loosely based on the stuff I designed long ago for Ascension, for Ultima 9. And so Richard literally is like, hey, do you remember all those things you made for Ultima 9? Yeah, like, make them all again for us. Okay. So everything from individual stairs and ramps and passageways, the prefabbed rooms that we did, all of the stuff in the most basic form had to be okayed, with Stephen Donnelly creating like sketches like, oh, could we do stuff like this? And what if we had caves too? So the dungeon stuff then led into me mocking up caves and cavern pieces, including specialty pieces where it would, L connectors into other rooms and passages, making sure that all the, all the pieces would be able to fit together and work together, even the ones that were meant to fit together and work together organically. So they weren't meant to look like mortar and stone. They were meant to look like cavern walls and natural spaces and such.
Had you settled on the 8x8x5 grid at this point, or before you started making this, or as you started making it? Like, you need to settle on size.
It was kind of a both at the same time thing. I remember we had, Chris, I think I remember even having talks with you about, like, well, what do we need to do and what grid are we working on and how high can they be, and like all that stuff had to be defined.
Yeah, that was a lot of challenging talks in there. I remember, because another wrinkle in the whole decision making on that was Skyrim had just done like a big game developer article on here's how we did our dungeon pieces.
Yes.
And it was kind of more looser, less defined pieces that all went together.
Yeah.
And you guys did this, but I remember another one was the narrow hallways. Like most people don't even know what I'm talking about, but there's a narrow hallway set in all these that Richard really want things tight and cramped. And we all like, yeah, but so there's a narrow hallway set in there. There's only a few dungeons I think may have those.
Yeah. Plus, you can't really decorate them because you put in one crate and now the hallway's
it's all blocked. Yeah. But you can like the camera's like banging off the wall and you can't turn and the old the one the dungeon by Torquedal. I'm trying to remember the name of it, not Black Ridge, not Blackhaven. Those guys know what I'm talking about. The dungeon with the right by Torquedal. That one is one that most people not even realize that one has been scaled up. I took that whole dungeon at some point because it was so agonizing because it does have a few of those in there. I scaled up the whole. Yeah, that's it. But I scaled it up by 50%. So that dungeon's like the whole dungeon's been scaled up. Even the bigger hallway's been scaled up just it was so painful.
Yeah.
But that was like I did that.
You did that.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I know that.
Who scaled this up?
And by the way, look at this interface. Look at this early prototype interface down there.
Yeah.
You scaled up the torches. You scaled up the bones on the floor.
All the NPCs are scaled and they wouldn't spawn anymore.
Hey, I have another interjection here. First off, I wanted to say that thanks to everybody subscribing, and it looks like Amber Rain, I believe that's DJ Rain Do Chaos, has gifted a bunch of subscriptions to a bunch of people here. So it's a lot of that was going on. Thank you very much. And John Marcus asked the question of Chris. The name Atos is reverse of soda. Are those names related? How did you come to use that handle?
I'm guessing he knows that Atos is the reverse of soda, but he probably is actually trying to get me to tell the story of we were on a stream like we'd done. I mean, we were a couple years into the project, and at some point on the stream, like Richard had never put together that Atos was soda backwards. And it came up like somebody brought it up and Richard's like, what? Is that true? It's like, yeah, where do you think I got that from? So I'm Atos because I got to pick names first. So, but yeah, that's, I think most people had figured that part out, but in case you hadn't, Atos is soda backwards. And also Richard, super genius, not on the stream right now, so I can tease him. He's probably watching and hearing all this, of course, but yeah, he did not figure that out for a while. So,
see, that's great.
Those are great pictures, Scotty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And like I said, I love that set. Whether it's the cave set or even the cave set especially, because it's one thing to have like a bunch of flat walls that can sort of like connect with a flat wall and it looks like seamless, but to have like a crumbly cave match up with another piece of crumbly cave, whether it's a wall or a doorway or whatever, that's
well, and it was done. It was done in this weird way, and like Chris said, we saw when Skyrim was doing it, they didn't care about something that early on we had not that we'd been told, but there were assumptions that were made that Richard made too, because they were that way back in the days of Ultima 9, and that was that you can't kludge together a bunch of geometry. If you they need to be these perfect, precise. They fit every time, edge to edge, and so
it has to be sealed. You have to have it. If they don't overlap, they have to have a perfect side-to-side fit. Otherwise, there's a gap, and you can see through it under certain conditions.
Yeah. So like for instance, when I was saying before, it was one giant max file full of stuff. Like the same way it was for the dungeons, it was for the caverns. So for every piece we made, you can see if you look carefully here, there's like, oh, here's single tall pieces, and then there's a whole double tall set.
And in a couple of spaces, there's a triple tall wall.
Yes, triple tall walls, and just weird things like that. And it all had to be kind of come up with it and made by hand, and then.
Well, it made it easy for us world builder level designer types because we didn't have to do a lot of sloppy patching to block gaps and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
everything just sort of worked. We didn't have to worry about it. Let's get the layout in, and then we can worry about decorations.
right. Yeah, and that's what we were able to kind of get to, and we got to the point where, we even had like these things, which were walls that you could tell if you look closely, you could tell, oh, I bet I could break through that wall, and sure enough, so different walls for different designs and purposes, and natural mineral flows inside of caves, and the giant stalactites and stalagmite stuff, and it all got its own
Natural
special
ramps.
treatment. Yeah, let's really try to get some natural lighting in there that kind of looked like, of course it's fantasy lighting because it would be pitch black otherwise.
Yeah,
Um,
trenches. You having the picture that's on there right now.
yeah, yeah, but it's hard because you're trying to make something look cool, but at the same point in time, feel real, knowing though that there'd be no light in there at all.
And also make it feel like it's not going to be a pattern, like a clearly visible pattern. And it works with that.
Yeah, with constant repetition.
I can't praise you enough, Scotty.
Well, and it was a lot of work, but I think it paid off in the end. We got a lot of good stuff out of it. And then once we had the pattern down, then we could move on and do the stuff for all the areas. So if you're going to have dungeons and you're going to have caverns, then you're going to have sewers. And so we had whole sewer sets that we were building. And that was pretty cool too, because the sewer sets were that mix between cavern and dungeon, disgusting, gross stuff, all, initial test work in progress stuff. But then once we got further into it, there was a lot of cool things that we could do. These are dark, but of course it was meant to be very dark and foreboding and atmospheric. The water was supposed to look nasty and, oh God, I'm going to have to swim through that. But the whole thing of like, yeah, but there's a whole lit world up above with light coming in at different points and barely illuminating the dark chambers that you're in. So a lot of these got used later on, not just for dungeons, but they got used for some of the more ancient gross tombs and stuff that we used.
And also, even though like a lot of artists don't like to hear it, we world builder and level designer types, we did things that we weren't supposed to do. Like we would turn stuff sideways or upside down. And we would mix and match art sets like sewer plus catacombs or whatever, or plus cave. And, you always get told, don't mix and match stuff. But we did it, and it still kind of worked. We might have to have like a little gimmick to help with the transition from one type to another, but it was subtle.
Yeah.
And it still worked. Like one thing I like to do is I might have like say like a sewer or dungeon hallway that has like an opening on one side, which normally would lead to another, say, sewer hallway. But I would put a cave hallway there. And of course, the two don't connect well. So then I would take that breakaway wall, the cave wall, and I would take away the breakaway parts. And I just sort of put the edging around, and it would hide the transition.
Yes.
So one piece I was sort of meant as like a special gimmick is now my transitional helper.
They were pretty malleable that way. And of course, as an artist for me, and we were talking about using the Unity engine before, as an artist for me, it was super special to be able to like go into areas like this. And I mean, I'd never, back in the old Ultima days, I couldn't make things look juicy, like this.
Yeah.
So playing with things like, the materials in Unity was just a super joy, even early on, before we even got some of the better material shaders and such later on. So we got to really play with some great disgusting stuff when we're trying to make environments that are meant to like really I don't want to touch the walls, that kind of stuff. So that was a lot of fun in those days, developing.
Even had some add-on pieces sometimes, like you would have like a weird gross moss or whatever that was sort of built for the sewers that you could just sort of like put in at the same position, and now instead of like a clean sewer walls, it would be moss encrusted walls, and it was pretty nice.
Those little add-on bits.
Plug that in,
and because everything was modular, I mean, I wish we'd have kind of done that same thing when we started building houses. because everything was modular, you knew that everything that you made could fit and work with it. And that's why, like, even though, we made the decision to go off modular when we were started to do the houses of different kinds, but we wanted a lot of different variety of houses and such.
Right. It would have been nice with the houses if there was at least like all doorways were sort of a standard size, or you might have 2 standard sizes, and all the floor to ceiling distances were like a standard, or 2 or 3 different standards, or like it was always in multiples of 5 or something like that.
That's right.
That would have helped for me as a world builder, not as a player, but as a world builder, it would help me because we reuse player houses. There's a very blurry line between player houses and NPC houses, and so I would put an NPC house into place and start decorating it, and I realized I have to make adjustments for I want to put a different door there. Now I have to sort of adjust the scale of the door or something like that. Or if I want to put something, I have like a certain I don't know, lamp or something I want to put in. Well, it turns out I can't put it in on the first floor. I could put it in the second floor because the ceiling's higher or something like that. So it wasn't as praiseworthy as the modular pieces that made the dungeons. It wasn't that tough to do this stuff. It just wasn't sort of like, all right, let me start just banging a bunch of stuff. Everything just sort of works like the other stuff was.
Well, and that's why. Well, here, in fact, I'll share this too, because that's why when it got into like later on, when the request was made, like everyone wants fireplaces now, so we're going to rip them out of all the houses. And now that we'll rip them out of all the houses, Scotty needs to make modular fireplace sets that will work in all the circumstances of the unmodular houses that have ever been built. And so that process, oh my God.
And I remember when you were making that stuff, I was thinking, this is yet another example of why we should have had like the standard ceiling heights and such, like I was saying.
Yeah. Well, because without it, I mean, I had to practically do voodoo to get these things to work, because everything need to have extensions, and those extensions need to have special things that would allow for a dispensation for them to both have colliders on them and collide with the ceiling and go through it without making it to where the player couldn't place it.
Yeah.
And that was a madhouse trying to get that done. And it was, at this point now, I don't even remember how I did it, how I succeeded in making that happen. And thank goodness I keep all these things around in my little test scene, because I have to reverse engineer so many things I succeeded in doing earlier that I have no clue how I did them now. Right. And so, and these things are one of them. Anything that needs to go up and be placed so that it can pierce through floors and ceilings and still be placeable by the character, the player, right? Because you very quickly get the thing turn red and say, no, you can't put it here. And can you imagine? I mean, somehow I was able to get by it all with these. And each piece can be stacked one on top of the other. And so, yeah, those initial set designs for each of them, getting them all to work, and then transferring that quote unquote tech, I guess, the art tech part of the building into each piece so that they would work no matter where you put them that was a doozy. Ooh, such a doozy. But I mean, it ended up working. They ended up being able to function. And so this sort of the proof was in the pudding. But you asked me how, I mean, there were programmers that would come over and like, how did you do that? And I went, I kind of faked it until I made it. Yeah. I kind of did it until I was able to trick our code into accepting these things. Not through code, but through art design. And it was just pure dumb luck that they worked, because there were many cases where Ken, would come over and go, Scotty, that thing that you made, that shouldn't be able to work. I'm like, why? Well, because my code shouldn't allow it. Or I forget whose code it was that allowed the collision. But, he's like, but that shouldn't work. I'm like, well, I'm glad it does. He goes, me too, because I don't know any other way that you would have done it. So, yeah, I was pretty pleased by the way those turned out. I mean, because even in these completely off-the-wall designs like this, right, the elf house with the built-in hill in it, like it was able to do it. It was able to function. And so, Richard really wanted his like iron Art Deco, steampunk stuff in there too. So bit
Yeah,
by
in
bit.
some of the NPC houses, I insert these player, all these pieces that you have right there. I'll assemble them sometimes in a house, because like some of the small houses don't have any fireplaces or anything, so I will sometimes set them up and put them in. And obviously, I'm not restricted by the rules the players have to follow, but I still try to make it correct, and the fact that they all line up and they look good together is pretty cool.
Okay, I'm going to interject here.
Yes, sir.
We have housekeeping to do. A couple of things. First off, for those of you who may have joined us since the beginning and were not paying attention or anything like that, we are doing a super secret special. If you go on the website, our Crown of the Obsidian packs are currently on sale for 25% off. Usually we do this at 20% off, so that's even something. It's a little bit more of a sale. And if you buy the pack that has 10,750 crowns in it, that's currently for $75, as I said, 25% off. If you buy that while we are streaming, then I will send you a Release 1 10th anniversary cloak. We will be making that cloak for Release 122. That will come out on I think it's January 25th. So the cloaks will be delivered on or about that day. And this special is only available while the stream is going on. These cloaks will never be offered again. They will not go in the Crown store. Yada, yada, yada. They are going to be true rares. So just want to put that out there. If anybody joined late, that way you're aware. So go ahead and make those purchases now. In addition, we have prize bots. We have 2 prizings that we need to read off, and I need to spin this wheel and give out a prize or 2. In fact, I'm going to do 2 spins on the wheel this time. So this is hour 2, so they get 2 spins. How's that? Awesome. Okay, so who wants to read prizes? I'll read the names.
I'll do it again if you want.
Okay, all right, then go ahead, give me a prize. I'll read all.
Hell, we're in hour 3 now because it's 6:20.
Well, yeah, this is the second round, so it's 2 this
time.
Oh,
I see.
So you gotta complete an hour to get to that.
All right, here's the first prize. Okay. First prize is a Virtue Ice Staff.
All right, and that goes to Vincent and Elaine Sally.
The second prize is the Winter Pattern Glass Floor Lamp 3-pack.
And that goes to Danador Blaze and Lilybird.
Okay, the third prize is the Ornate Sled.
Paulo Freitas and Acorn Bubble Boots.
Fourth prize is the Ornate Replenishing. By the way, Bubble Boots is a great last name. Ornate Replenishing Snowball Box 2015.
That goes to Shawnee and Puddlefoot.
Puddlefoot.
Nice. Puddlefoot.
A lot of footwork names.
You need bubble boots to protect you from that.
Yeah, so the fifth prize is the Icy Ancient Stone Cathedral, a player dungeon room.
And that goes to Paulo Freitas and Odin Dasgard.
Woo! Congratulations, everyone.
Hey. And us having a bug in the prize bot is your benefit. So, congratulations on all the winners. And seems like we have a few people who are very lucky today, including Lilybird. So, all right, now I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel a couple of times and do the rolling die thing and all that. So, give me a second. First, we'll get.
By the way, with the everyone listening to the live stream, watching it. Don't forget, many happy returns is the phrase to get into the pricing. You just have to say it in any in-game chat channel. It could be a whisper, it could be a guild chat, whatever. Any in-game chat channel. Say many happy returns.
Yep. Okay, so we get our first prize. That was a good spin. Well,
I think you spin it.
Yeah. All right, it's a Dark Star Moon Dial this time.
Awesome.
Seth C's asked, do you have to retype it after each draw? So if a prizing has been pulled, should they say it again? Or if they said it earlier, is it held?
It's held, but say it again.
Say it again. You can't go wrong saying it again.
Yeah.
It's okay to say it multiple times.
Exactly. All right, Darkstar Moondial, and the next one is a Lord British Circle Shield. Circle Shield, Round Shield. This is LB, right? Yeah, LB Round Shield. Okay, now these prizes do not require the phrase or anything like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to now do some rolls, which I'll get this out of the way so you can see not the. So slash roll. And let me check here. Okay. Okay. And the second one. Okay. All right. So what I do is I take these numbers now and I'm going based on the people who are logged into the game. And I pull up the user list and then I go down that list. And why is this not giving me a thing? Oh, there we go. All right, finally. Good. Yeah. All right. Cool deal. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Well, give me a sec. You guys could chat a little bit and I'll come back and tell you who the winners are. So I got to count.
I would have looked at some of those items, like the Darkstar Moondial, the Orrery, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Really fun to look at that. It's kind of amazing. I looked at the snowball box. These things were like built 8 years ago.
What's amusing about the snowball box is that if you move it so that you see the deco outline, there are actually snowballs inside.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, you go. You can see them.
Actually, the lid doesn't operate. Is it supposed to?
Well, originally it was made to where it could. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't now, but the snowballs are still there secretly.
Yeah, the snowballs are secretly inside there. It was supposed to operate. It really was.
And that means your video card is paying to render those snowballs that you really can't ever see. That's really sad. Makes the programmer sad.
And we had several styles of the snowball box too, if I remember correctly. This is the one that I made. But yeah, they were made to
Yeah, I
where
think there are 3.
Oh, there are 3 of them. Yeah, I'm not sure which one we're giving away, but here's the one I did. But yeah, it was meant to open up. It really was. And it probably should. I'm not sure how to get that going again.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, what?
You won a Lord British Round Shield.
Woo-hoo!
I assume I should give it to somebody else.
Don't take away his shield. He earned it.
That is so funny. I'm giving it to the next guy right next to him. So, yeah, that's pretty funny.
Oh, they're calling it rigged. Rigged.
All right, so here is
me.
Here are the winners of this round of the random drawing. I just need to get this one other thing typed in because I think I know the character for this person, but I want to make sure I got it. Yes. Okay, good. All right. Okay, so Mapper and Widsith have won those things. The Mapper gets a Darkstar Moondial, and Widsith gets the Lord British Round Shield. Both of those will be custom named as R1 10th Anniversary. And I'll be doing that right now while you guys continue chatting, and I'll run over to the mailbox that's at the other end of Castle Atos.
All right. Reminder, everyone should say many happy returns in an in-game chat to get into the prizing list.
Yep. Yeah, and we'll be doing that drawing in about a half hour.
Oh, cool.
You know, Chris, if you really want to shield, you could
I
cheat and
know.
just log yourself in and make a shield.
I'm in here. I don't remember the command to give myself stuff, but I'm in here.
Maybe it's better that he doesn't remember.
We
you
some of us
secrets?
are in.
Our nice little spreadsheet of dev commands.
I know. I was pulling that up right now.
That sheet does not include the commands to scale players on demand. I would like to know how to do that.
Really, it doesn't? Okay, well that's you just set the stat, and then there's a player scale stat on that. So
Okay.
it's easy to break things with that. Is probably why it's not on there. I didn't want testers and people to have that too easily. Favorite for scaling is if you scale them negative, that they flip upside down, so they're standing under the world.
Oh, that sounds great.
That's awesome. So, Keith, I have a question for you. You had mentioned earlier that you weren't around during the time of the chicken room, but once you started coming in and actually working with us, what was the first area that you started working on in the game? Do you recall?
Trying to remember.
You were doing quest stuff originally, weren't you?
Now, quest stuff actually came a lot later. I wasn't doing any conversation or quest stuff for a long time, actually. Not until we changed 2 offices. I was in the first office was the room that I was in was me and Chris and Beezus. Super cramped, very hot.
Was that above Chinatown, in that Chinatown restaurant area?
Was it?
Or is it far west? Or oh no, if it was really hot, that sounds like downtown at 8th Street.
It wasn't downtown.
Okay. And it had to be
It
far
was
west.
I know you guys like changed offices like
Yeah.
a lot.
Wherever we could find a bargain. Austin prices are crazy, by the way. They used to be. They're still pretty crazy, but yeah.
Probably the very first things I was working on must have been probably like simple like decoration stuff. Like probably the first thing wasn't the scene, of course. It was probably just sort of get your toes wet, and it was probably decorating something like probably Sultan, like Stanley, making sure he had like a nice little setup around him. Like he didn't have a light over his head. He didn't have like the fence next to him, so there was no like so when I set up an NPC who's important, a lot of times I'd like to give him, well, even if it's not important, I like to give him an anchor. In my head, the term I use is anchor. You know, if it's a wolf in the woods, he's probably next to a bush or a tree or something. You know, an NPC in the wilderness might be next to a bridge or on a crossroads. You know, so you know that the walkways is his anchor or his shack or his cave. And with a quest guy, he needs to have something. So Stanley, who was like one of the earliest super important quest guys, he was just standing on the edge of the road. I'm not even sure if he was like next to a tree. So I don't remember exactly what I gave him right away. He's gone through like a billion iterations, you know, the stuff that's surrounding him and the way he behaves. But he had he's got like I think I gave him the fence and a street light, and maybe that was it. So he had like something to anchor him on. So if you're scanning the area, like if there's 2 NPCs, if there's one on the road and one at a fence corner with a street light above him, the guy with the street light obviously is more eye-catching. So that's the kind of thing you need to keep in mind when you set it. So that was one of the things that I think I did early on. I might have tweaked a little bit of the refugee camp that's across the street from him, which has also changed a lot. I remember Hutch showing me how I hadn't worked in Unity before, so he was showing me like how terrain worked, which was similar to the hero engine that we had in Star Wars: The Old Republic. So there was a lot of stuff that immediately clicked with me. It was very sensible. And so I was figuring out how the water was. I think we didn't have the ocean water at the time. I think it was still like the tile at the tile of the static water pieces. that had that sort of animated material or whatever, however that works.
Yeah, we played with a bunch of different water filters until we got what we were at least somewhat satisfied with. It was kind of hard to find a good ocean.
Yeah. So we were only in that office for a short time before we moved to one that had like a little bit of elbow room, and that's when I started. I'm probably blurring a line. I'm probably condensing a lot of stuff. I think the first big things I started working on, other than sort of like making some dungeons, was like control points and trying to make those more playable and sensible. Like, so this is it wasn't just sort of basic world building stuff. This was when we started like putting in some like advanced mechanics and things into the play spaces. I actually really wasn't doing puzzle stuff at that point. That actually kind of came in way later. Maybe I did a few switch-based things, but then when Dan came in, Dan Brennan, who was Plague of Locust on the forums, he started doing he was like a big fan of like Zelda games and some other stuff that had like elaborate puzzles. So he started doing some puzzle-related things, and I was both super intrigued and super jealous of what he was doing. So like, I'm doing that too, and then started putting in like elaborate puzzles, like in Brittany Sewers, there was that sort of steam, pump the steam through the proper pipes kind of puzzle that I completely ripped off from like an idea that Dan had.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That was way later though. So back in the early days, I'm sure I was just doing polish. Oh, actually, it was probably, yeah. So I probably had like a bunch of Jira tasks got dumped on me that from Richard that were like lingering around. That were like, this area needs storycraft, is what they would say. So there'd be like a bandit camp, and it was just like a tent or two and a couple bandits. I'm like, so what? So I would sort of do things like maybe I'd put some skeletons around the outskirts, and the bandits maybe path back and forth and would sometimes fight the skeletons. And then because of that, I'd probably put a couple of things that sort of acted as barricades between the camp and the skeletons. So now you sort of get the sense that they're defending themselves against skeletons that sometimes come in. And then I don't remember when the books and letters came in, but then I started writing books and letters to add to that stuff. And then I also quickly came up with, so I had questions like, how many guys are we supposed to spawn in an area? People are like, I don't know. So it's like, okay, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to have these dynamic spawners. Actually, we were also at the time when we were switching from static spawners to dynamic spawners, which is great. And the difference is static spawners, every time there's a spawner, a guy spawns. It will always spawn, you kill him, and a certain amount of time passes, and he'll come back. The dynamic spawner is, there's a set of spawners, and some of them will be active with a guy, and when you kill him, he will eventually be replaced, maybe on that spawner, maybe on a different one. So they're part of a set. So with that in mind, I had to keep in like, okay, I don't want all these guys spawning at once, and I don't want too many to overload an area. So I don't want to have to say like 50 spawners all connected and 10 of them spawn at a time, because that can mean 10 guys spawn all the way on one side and nobody spawns on the rest of that. So I started coming up with plans like, okay, let's say probably around 10 spawners at a pop, probably around 75%, so 7 or 8 guys will spawn at the set at a time. I'm going to put everyone in pairs, so they're all spawners are in like 2 by 2. So that way, if you go to an area, could be no guys, could be 1 guy, could be 2 guys. Probably that's it as a standard spawning thing. And then also I have other spawning rules that I've learned over the years, like probably close to a road is probably a little bit safer. The further from the road is probably a little bit tougher. As in the density of the guys or the tier of the guys might be tougher the further you get away from the entrance. Also things like we got to stop putting bad guys near the place where you spawn in, so I don't want anyone being killed as they spawn in. And then there's rules like, all right, we have onks. Where do we put the onks? There's like 2 or 3 in an area. Like, no, actually, I'm going to put them at every entrance. So anytime a player comes in, he knows where he can go back to where he was to resurrect. And then if we need more, then basically anything that's roughly in a threshold category could have an onk. So like a bridge could have an onk, or a crossroads could have an onk. So that way a player knows if he's sort of like, if there's a place to transition from one area to another and there's any kind of indicator, if there needs to be an Ankh, then there should be one.
Mm.
And then how far apart the Ankhs have to be. Like, okay, let's say every like 15 to 20 seconds, and then to get a sense of how big that had to be, I made these like big circles, and I sort of plotted out a map with like all these dumb circles. Like, okay, if a player pops here and he runs 15 seconds, that's a 15-second run to the edge of the circle, and Ankh should be somewhere on the circle edge.
Right.
And so then I would sort of, and then eventually, quickly it sort of became like a instinct on like how far apart they had to be, and then things like that. Come up with a lot of rules or guidelines, or at least starting points for how to place all these utility pieces.
And it was only later that you started doing, and I guess because you saw Lum transition out, and that's when you started handling most of the character stuff and trying to get the.
Well, before he transitioned out, so it was kind of always on the table that I would become also a quest guy. It just took a while to get there. When I don't remember about when, but sort of around when Lum was finishing up there's the three main. You start with like a little starter storyline, and quickly you're in one of three main storylines: Truth, Love, or Courage. And when you finish all three of those, there's sort of a finale storyline, and then everything's done. So around the time when he was like doing the finale storyline, I think, is when I started learning how to do quest stuff, because we knew how big the world was and where all the scenes were going to be, and we needed a ton of side quests. So I became the side quest guy as he was finishing the finale stuff, and also going back and refining the main story. Now that the whole thing was in place, of course, you had to go through and sort of pad up stuff and remove things and sort of just make it more sensible, and try to break it and fix where it breaks. So I was doing like a ton of side quests. The smaller stuff was first it was just putting in NPCs with conversations, and some of them were trickier than others. Like say devotional caretakers, they didn't have a quest at first, but I put in special flags so that you can sort of say certain things to them, and they would sort of remember it. And then it was also around the time when we put in sieges, which were super complicated. Some of the siege tech was sort of built off control points, but that had to be reworked, and they reworked in a way that wave battles be elaborate. And then as I was putting in these elaborate side activities, I was also, and new other world builders were making new scenes, I was making side quests for all these new scenes and new activities. And usually it was just a simple, I need you to go to this place and do this thing, or get this thing, or whatever. But then a lot of times it would become like a daily quest, because I like the idea of, if possible for a side quest, you are asked to do something, and you learn how to do it, and now it unlocks a repeatable quest or daily quest or something. Because usually it's a simple thing like, the classic, kill 10 rats or whatever.
Right.
I don't think we have any quest that's as simple as that. At least maybe in super early, but I don't even think we have that.
But yeah, like fetch quest or kill so many thing quests.
Yeah. Probably some of the early quests I did were really just fixing some quests that were essentially side quests, like the in Sultan, there's the gravedigger guy who has may or may not have taken a piece of jewelry from someone's grave. And you get that quest from one of the refugees, and so there was some problems with that. And then also we had day and night spawn stuff, which we don't really use so much. But the gravedigger guy, Richard wanted him to spawn at night, so I had to set that up. And then if guys weren't there all the time, then we kind of had to establish a rule that you should always be able to turn in a quest for someone who's not there all the time. You can't always pick it up, but you have to be able to turn it in.
Hey, I'm gonna jump in here for a second. Sure. I think Chris has something to say in a very sing-song way.
I'm waiting for my nasal spray to kick in. I'm not feeling well, and I just went upstairs and did nasal spray. But I'm waiting to get an answer from John Marcus to see whether he'd rather me do a Christmas number or a musical number. Waiting. What do people think? Should I torture him with a Christmas number or a musical? Musical? All right, I can do musical. Rent? Stones? I don't think you can sing Stones. Well, no, there were lyrics for it.
Yeah, there were.
Oh my God, I
I forgot about that.
Bye.
Yeah. I don't know what it was. Just something has hit me hard here in the last couple hours. For those who don't know, my child, let me see if I can get my child down here. I was going to bring up another thing that I was going to show. People were talking about memories from R1, but I have a memory from R3 or 4. I don't remember exactly which one. The biggest feature that went in for me back then, which is the child who is upstairs in the house somewhere. I'll get her to come down here in a minute. All right, I'll see if I can sing here with while the nasal spray kicks in. And it sounded like we're doing a musical. So this is one, I'll do this one that we're very much into our musicals in this house. Maxine's a big music person.
From which musical are you going to say?
Oh, so we're doing, we're very much, I was catching up on chat. We're very much into Hamilton. We discovered it late. I don't know why we didn't watch Hamilton until later. And now I was supposed to be actually, day before yesterday, I was supposed to be in New York City for a business trip, and I was supposed to go see it, but I canceled it because Maxine had been sick, and then the wife had too much stuff going on at work. But Maxine's back at school, or she's actually in school now. So let's see. So we're gonna do. This is one I picked a couple ahead of time that I would do that kind of fit me being here. So this one is "You'll Be Back" from Hamilton. Love's not a price that you're willing to pay. You cry in your tea, which you hurl in the sea as you see me go by. Why so sad? Remember we made an arrangement when you went away. Now you're making me mad. Remember, despite our estrangement, I'm your man. You'll be back, soon you'll see. You'll remember you belong to me. You'll be back, time will tell. You'll remember that I served you well. Oceans rise, empires fall. We have seen each other through it all. And when push comes to shove, I will send a fully armed battalion to remind you of my love. Da 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 da. All right, that's enough. That was for John Marcus. You can blame him. Thank you, John Marcus. I'll try to get the Maxine down here. For those who are watching and wondering why I'm torturing you and trying to make people leave the stream, that's been a long time thing. For years we've done. We used to do shots when people would give money, and then we discovered that drinking when you're old is killing you. So we switched to other things that to prove we were grateful for it. So that's singing. Yeah, now it's time for Scotty to sing in Elvish. We'd planned on that being about half the stream, so I think 49% of our time was allocated for Scotty singing. So anytime, Scotty, you ready?
Okay.
Just like the good old days?
Okay, I'll try. Will it pick up my singing? I noticed it's trying to cut you off at first because I guess it didn't like the elongated noises.
What?
Yeah, at the very beginning, it was silent. It was trying to decide whether it wanted to let you do it or not. Let me see what happens. A helbreth euphoniel, si livren penia miriel, omen de la glare lanar, Na hairid palhandiriel o galadrem in ora fanuelos leilin the thon nef hai her si nef hai her on nef hai her on. We listen for returning feet and voices at the door. And that beginning part was Tolkien Elvish, and the second part of it that was in English was a little bit of stuff that was a continuation of that same theme that his son Christopher Tolkien also sang on the old poems and songs of Tolkien's Middle Earth.
Very
Really
well
good.
done. Very well done.
Nice.
Oh, look, there's Maxine.
Hi, Maxine.
Hello.
And so how old is she now? We hear nothing.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You're...
Yeah, okay. So anyway, so this is not my R1 creation. This was after the chicken room. This is about release 3 or 4 to tell you how long things have been going on. So this is Maxine. How old are you?
9.
She is 9. It looks like you lost a tooth. One on each side, right? Yep, one on each side.
Nice.
Tooth Fairy's been having to pay up quite a bit. She is already started programming, but I'm sad to say that unfortunately she's going to be following in Scotty's footsteps. I think she much prefers art.
Wait. What do you mean, unfortunately? Hey, if she knows how to program and she does art, she's well-rounded. She could be a triple threat.
That's
and
right.
She's quite the writer too. So
yeah,
that's great.
You can get back to your work now.
Good to see you.
Bye.
And let her know we have an opening for a programmer.
Hey, an
working
artist
on it.
who code is a technical artist, and technical artists are always in high demand.
She's working on her Python skill. She's going to. She'd been homeschooled for a long time since the pandemic, like a lot of kids, and we finally found a school. We put in her summer camp that she really liked the school, and it was a school for gifted kids. So we took her in and had her tested, and turns out it wasn't just our imagination. She's actually officially profoundly gifted, which is not gifted, not exceptionally gifted, but profoundly gifted. It's one above that. So she's a smart little kiddo. But yeah, so she's back in school. But that is Maxine, and I'm the proud papa.
That's amazing. Yeah, so many changes and cool things added to our lives over the period since we first began on this so long ago.
Yep, Richard had one before, but Ronan is a little younger than Maxine, so he was probably about, I think, maybe R9, R10, somewhere around there. Start putting release numbers on the kids. Got to get them in the patch notes.
When's your birthday?
Nice.
Oh, R10.
I brought our cameras back down if anybody's not watching the stream on the call here. So I'm staring at a portal on Novia, and I wanted to kind of pull us into this direction for a little bit here. But before
is it a mysterious portal,
it is a mysterious portal. Before we go there, though, I want to remind everybody about the Kodo sales that are on the website right now. We have double XP going on. We have in-game stuff. The deed upgrades are on sale currently for 20%, but they're going to be knocked up to 30% off on basically starting Tuesday. Then we also have POTs, player-owned towns, are on sale. If you purchase a player-owned town using crowns, you can get that for 30% off right now as well. And the crowns are on sale for 25% off. So that's like an incredible discount. basically, for those of you who are new, Play Your Own Town is a town that you could buy and place someplace in the world, and then you'll have your own scene. Basically, if you've played the game more than a few days, then you probably have seen other players' towns and stuff. So you could buy the town, a brand new one, on the website, and in our store section, you'll see the Play Your Own Towns up there. You can buy them starting at a small size and upgrade it along the lines to get make it bigger, where you could add more houses and more lots, use up more space in the scene. So currently, you could buy that for cash on the cash shop on the web, or you could reach out to support, the email address support at shroudoftheavatar.com, and let us know that you would like to do a pop upgrade. You have to buy the initial one on the website, so that you could get it the smallest size, and then from there you could get crowns and get a discount to upgrade it from there. So sorry, I want to clarify how I was saying all that stuff. And as I said, the crowns are on sale for 25% off right now. The POT Kodo upgrade are 30% off. That's one that you have to reach out for support for. If you get the 10,750 crown pack, which is normally $100, it's $75 on the website right now. If you buy that during the stream, we will also give you a Release 1 10th anniversary cloak that we will be releasing with Release 122 that is due to go live at the end of January. And that will be an ultra, well, I guess it would be ultra rare, depends on how many people buy, but it will be a definitive rare. It will not be offered again. That is, you can lawyer me on that. How about that one? So I will not have that in the store. I will not release that again for any reason whatsoever. That the only way to get that is to buy that $75 crown pack. I know that somebody out there was saying that there was a problem with, they were having problems with the credit card making a payment. I think that might be something specific to them. So if they're having a problem, they should reach out to support, and we'll sort through that with you. You know, it's documented that you're having a problem, so that's fine. But for everybody else, everything seems to be going through fine. So anyway, I wanted to say that. And then the other thing that I was trying to get done for this stream, and I was not able to get it done, sadly, is the ability for me to, on the fly, put things on sale. As you guys know, we have a crown shop in the game, right? So you buy Kodos on the website, and then you can use those crowns or Kodos in the game to buy things in the crown store. And we can't control those sales. Basically, it's programmed in there, so it randomly picks stuff, puts them on sale for, I think it's 2 hours, and then it basically sets those aside after the 2 hours for like 7 days, and then it keeps randomly picking things out of our inventory in the store to put stuff on sale. Every so often, somebody in the game will say, "Hey, could you put, you know, this on sale next or that on sale next?" Which we can't do because it's controlled by patches, and the actual sales in the store are they're automatic or autonomous, whatever.
Autonomous.
Yeah, autonomous. Thank you. The Crown Store staff are a bunch of little hamsters. One of them is named, I think it's Reggie, and the other hamsters hate Reggie. Anyway, they take care of that all on their own, and it's in their contract. We can't make any changes to that. But I can change things on the website. So what I'm thinking about doing, or was hoping to get done for today, was to be able to go up on the website and put things on sale up there. I still can kind of do it right now. If there was something special that somebody said, "Hey, we would really love to see this, you know, on sale," then I could set that put it up on the website, and you'd be able to purchase it on the website directly. What we're hoping to do is in our streams going forward, after I could get this working, which I'm hoping to get done by the end of January, is to be able to turn on the cash shop on the website during our streams. So that way I'd be able to set everything at special prices, and you guys be able to go up on the website and get great deals on all the assets and stuff. So basically revitalizing something that Shroud of the Avatar used to have a long time ago, but we shut that down when we went to the crown shop inside the game, blah, blah, blah. So basically I'm thinking about bringing that back during our streams and making it kind of a special thing, because then we could actually control what's happening on the fly. So that's just something I want to throw out there that's coming up. I could say this because I'm definitely going to be doing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. I've already talked to Taslo. You guys may remember Taslo, our IT guy. And this is definitely something that we could make happen. So it's just a matter of me getting it all in place so that way I could actually just hit a couple of buttons and do it. Otherwise, I have to go in there and change prices and activate each item individually, which would take like a week to do. So with all that said, we are
Richard's back. Richard's back.
What? Who?
Richard's back.
we are at the top of the hour. We're at the top of the hour, which means that we are getting ready to do another prizing drawing. So many happy returns in game, any chat you want, whispers, universal, anything. Just say many happy returns, and that puts you in for the drawing. We'll do two prizing drawings for 6 p.m. I'm sorry, 7 p.m. Oh man, we're getting there. 7 p.m. Central, and because it's the third hour of the stream, we'll do 3 spins on the wheel and give out some door prizes or portal prizes immediately. So again, that's I'll give it a few more minutes before I do the drawing while you guys type in your stuff, and I will pass control back of the stream back to Lord British.
Oh yeah, okay, great. Let's see, left, right, up, down.
So while you were gone, Richard, here's some of the highlights. We looked at a lot of pictures that Sky had from the, I don't know if they were literally release 1 days, but they, I guess before release 1, they were like sort of prototype steampunky looking environment stuff was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, awesome.
And then he was talking about how he made the modular dungeon pieces and how they worked and stuff like that.
Which became the chicken room. I mean, it was the prototypical stuff that we did to test the chicken room, and then became all the dungeon sets later, based on the earlier stuff that I did back in the old days of Ultima when I was designing the dungeon stuff for Ultima 9.
Awesome.
So, Scott, you also sang in Elvish.
I'm always asked to sing that song in
just like
Elvish.
the old days, just like the old days.
Yep. So
And Gix showed up for a bit.
Yep, and Gix joined the stream for a little bit too.
Oh yeah, Matt Schmidt.
Have you read yet from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam?
I've not read from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam yet, but I would gladly
used to do with some regularity.
Yeah, I'll gladly do so. I'll read a couple good sections from it. I've memorized the first part of it. Really.
So
since I've switched sets, by the way, and so now I'm at my home office. Behind me on these bookshelves over here are still a lot of the virtue research books that I did. So a lot of the basis for even still going back as far as Ultima 4, the Ultima Virtues really came from the books right behind me.
Nice.
Very cool. In a little while, not right at the moment, but if you see, Rich, I don't know if you're watching the stream at the same time, but we have the chicken room, and I wanted to say this earlier, but this is kind of lore-ish, but the chicken room, of course, originally was release 1. Then we brought it back during April Fool's Day and added to it a little bit. And this time we've added to it a little bit more, and the players can get to the chicken room right now on random locations on Novia. So there's this teleporter, and that's on the screen, showing what it looks like. That teleporter will show up in one of, 7 locations, I think, Keith?
I don't remember, 7, 8, something like that.
7 or 8 locations on Novia. So if you travel around Novia, just look for something like this, and that's how to get into the chicken room right now. The backstory on this is that the chicken has been trapped in that room for 10 years, and during that period of time managed to learn magic, has become a mage, and is apparently putting together an army of chickens. So I'll leave it there. There's a book inside of the chicken room that will kind of give you a little bit more detail on that. So.
Awesome.
All right. So again, I'm sorry I interrupt, but I'll let you guys go back to chatting a little bit here.
It is kind of funny how popular the chicken room was in those first days for us as developers, much less upon occasionally revisiting it, down through the years. But yeah, that was big fun. Now I see your teleporter there. I've got this stream up running on another window. So yeah, great, awesome.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, this is in a little bit here. We'll go into the chicken room and show off a little bit of it as well.
Meet the chickens.
Yeah, meet the chickens.
So Star was telling us for release 1, all he wanted was a walk and talk room, and then Chris and the team gave him this chicken room for some reason. But he was happy with whatever he can get that was at least walk and talk. Do you remember if you had any goals you were looking for in those early days? What were the first goals?
No, the chicken room really was just sort of a proof of fundamental interactivity and displays. And so I really think whoever was assembling it for the first time, probably Chris or Scott or some combination, we're just putting I think we put a chair in it originally to make sure you could sit down and stand up, because you knew that was a key feature. When you bumped into it, we wanted to make sure that it understood that you were intersecting, and so we made sure that it reacted to that, and of course we needed a finite space, as I don't think we had finished occlusion or other forms of kind of distance sorting, and so that's why we built it into a completely enclosed physical space, and maybe 1 or 2 other things in there. So it was really quite primitive on purpose, but it did have key aspects of the core features of functional interactivity that we thought we were going to need for sure, just as a foundation to build off of.
Could more than one person even go into it, though, on that first iteration?
I don't think the first one was multiplayer. I think multiplayer was maybe, I don't know, R4, R5, R6, somewhere in those first 6 or 7 releases, but I'm sure some player knows. We'd go back and look at the patch notes probably and find out. But
so much for Star's desire to have people talk to each other, because that just simply no, forget it.
The chicken was the chicken was. I remember Richard saying that the chicken, like, you had to be able to sit in a chair and you had to be able to bump the chicken and the chicken move away, and chicken go bok bok bok. But yeah.
Oh, and I think didn't you say someone said that there was you could turn a light on and off? You could
there's a light you could turn on and off. It was all trying to hit all the interactive stuff.
Yep. Oh,
wasn't it a torch? I think really a light. It was a torch.
Yeah, it was a torch. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a tall torch.
Richard, do you remember what release Ronin was? I already brought Maxine, and she was release 4.
No, you know what I was interesting. I was talking to Ronin, who's 9, and I was realizing that Kinga was around for the beginning of it, but then I went, wait a minute, Ronin didn't even exist.
Yeah.
Yep.
My middles didn't even exist.
I see people requesting deco of a roasted chicken or turkey. We'll have to look at that.
Yeah.
Do we not have that already? I thought
we had that.
We have a roasted pig.
Oh, but no
Not
roasted
a fowl like
where have we failed?
We just put in pumpkin pie, so
that's true. That is true. But we have And I saw some other pie-like desserts. Did any of the others go in, or was it just the pumpkin pie last time?
Yeah, it was just the pumpkin pie. We haven't given anything else to the players yet. Those assets, as with most of the asset packs, need to be redone, right? So
Yeah.
and again, Scotty, the pumpkin pie, we did some stuff on it, and then we were like, yeah, give it to Scotty. Scotty doesn't like anything, so and yeah, Scotty tore it all apart, rebuilt it, put it up, and said, "Here." So,
Yeah, this will work now.
That
Well,
we were talking about the roasted pig, the pig on the spit. Remember that guy? That originally you could not eat that pig, and that spit did not turn. It was just sort of a stiff decoration. And then over time, I worked with Beezus. I said we need to make this thing edible. So he sort of made it a food product. And then eventually, when Finn was showing me interactable stuff, and I'm like, oh, we could sort of make this thing rotate by clicking on it. And it took a while for that pig on a spit to get there, but eventually he got there, that it was a rotating and edible object.
But yeah,
Finn's a name we haven't heard in a while.
Oh, Finn! Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, no, he was great at getting some stuff in there, but he was also probably, like, he always reached too far. I remember he tried to put in a bunch of breakable stuff where when you broke it, it actually chopped up the mesh.
Yeah.
And it worked. It worked. It was a great slideshow. It would crater the frame rate. We had to kill it and come up with some canned stuff. But yeah, I remember all the fun stuff Finn hacked in those early days.
But
Yeah,
Ali,
the
I
things
think
are actually.
you're right. You're right, because I'm looking back at some screenshots here. I'll share it real quickly. If those of you who have been or who've adventured inside of Artifice, there's that one room that you get into through the glowing door. This one, and inside of it is all the food that we had at the time. And I'm not sure how much more food we've added since then. We've done some of them, but yeah, like the giant feast table in there. And I don't know, and I'm trying to look to see. Like we had a lot of stuff in there. There may have been, maybe there's chicken legs, but not the whole chicken, or the turkey legs, but not the whole.
Yeah, I think there is a leg.
I mean, we had a lot of stuff there. There was fish, and there's there's pig.
You can also see the adaptability of the dungeon pieces there, because those walls are dungeon walls, and you swap some material in, and it still works great.
Yeah, that's right. There were dungeon walls that then I just put, basically I just put paper, different kinds of wallpaper over them, and took out the rock mesh. Yeah, that stuff worked out really well for these things. But yeah, we had a lot of food at the time. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, on that one tray, I think, right beside the apples, is our chicken legs, I guess. But yeah, you're right. No full-blown chicken or turkey. That we need to. I can't believe we've gone through so many Thanksgiving releases without having a turkey.
Outrageous.
We were keeping out of the Shroud of the Avatar there.
Yeah, I mean, we had cornucopias out the wazoo, but no actual turkey on the plate, which is criminal.
Yeah.
Criminal.
Actually, the last deco food that we got before the slice of pumpkin pie we just put in were all the bowls of stew that Keith made. He made a different bowl of stew for each one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I sort of made some kit bashed a few elements, and and swapped it. So there's one or two elements per each one of the things. It's not rocket science, but like if something looked like it had like lumpy pieces of meat in it, then they all got that. If something had I don't even remember what the other things I had in it. I think I changed
There's mushrooms, there's bone sticking out, there's spider legs.
Yeah,
I like though that lumpy pieces of meat is like the it's the calling card signature for it's one of our types of food is lumpy pieces of meat. Here you go. Oh, by the way, this image right here is a good example of one of the things that survived and carried through from those earliest design days, from the Art Deco kind of like steampunk stuff that Richard had us working on originally. And those things came back, and I was able to bring them into Artifice for that whole chamber of wondrous treasure and
Pleasures.
Yeah.
When you were working on this stuff, I started thinking about, so as I'm sort of like adding conversations to NPCs, I want them to have certain like phrases and stuff that they repeat, and I came up with things like people in the north, like Norgard people, when they say goodbye, they actually say live well, but in the Perennial Coast, they say be well, and along the Bay of Storms, might say like, fortune favor you, because they're all about sort of like luck and money and whatever. So it's sort of one thematic. But with Artifice, I came up with the everything's better in Artifice. And,
Yeah, I remember that. Everyone was saying that in Xenos when you're walking around. Everyone's saying it.
They'll bark it if you say Artifice or rumors to them. They'll spit it out. Anywhere on that sort of truth path, everyone knows everything's better in Artifice.
And for a while, it really is, until you get to the parts that Richard loved the most, which is once you get beyond all these little chambers of pleasure.
Don't spoil too much. I'm sure some people haven't played it yet.
Oh yeah, and what? Wait a minute. Come on.
Every day is someone's first day in Shroud.
Oh, that's true. There's a lot of new folks that I'd like to see.
People who played it, they know what you're talking about. The people who haven't played it, they should look forward to it.
Well, but if they go back, most of these things are from my, I do like online presentations, so I'd save up the images of the areas I was working on, and then I would go ahead and do a presentation so they can see a lot of these images.
Yeah.
A lot of these images still exist in the old forums, which people can peruse, which is kind of fun.
Yep.
We also made NPCs with special gear, the NPCs that were like, had limited clothing on in one area. And
yes, that was that one area here.
A fun story that's coming up in the stream chat is when we did the camping Shroud of the Avatar event out on my property, Minerva and others led people in making stone soup, and chief amongst her helpers to make this stone soup was my daughter Kinga, at what must have been the ripe old age of 5-ish. And my daughter had a great time making stone soup, and the eventual soup that was made out of it was also delicious, and everybody enjoyed it. My daughter enjoyed it. And so once she came back up here to New York, she of course wanted to make stone soup. And literally, we'd go find a nice river rock from, I don't remember where we got them anymore, and we'd make stone soup. And it wasn't until a time or two after that I tried to have her make the soup, but without the stone, to realize that she really believed that, devoutly, that the stone was a key essential ingredient in the stone soup. And so I had to explain to her the backstory, because even though I think somebody might have told her at the camping event, she was, again, quite young enough to where the connection wasn't really made, but all she knew is she just loved to make stone soup and loved the results. So it was a big deal to skip the stone.
Oh, you ruined the magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like I took her to about that same age. I took her to Disney, and they have a Disney World, and they had a use the Force simulation they would do with kids, and they took her on stage, and she and the other Padawans on stage of her similar age all concentrated and used the Force to open a door, and then Darth Vader came out, and everybody got a chance to have a little sword play with Darth Vader. And for about an hour afterwards, when she would do this to me, and we're walking on the streets, I go, oh, like I'd be pushed back. And after an hour, I got tired of getting pushed back, and so I just quit. And she's like, "That's working." And that's when I realized she really did believe it. And so I said, well, we're pretty far from the temple now. Maybe if we go back closer to the Jedi temple, it'll work again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are some of the coolest areas too. Man, I got a chance to remember our old friend Josh Logan from the old days.
Of course.
I had a chance to go visit. He recently moved back to this area. By the way, he moved back to San Marcos and is doing some indie film stuff here, which that kind of segues to something I was going to mention, is that if I can get permission from him, I just designed some stuff for him for a movie that he's about to make called Dragon. That there are these standing stones that are being made right now in LA and are going to be shipped here that are like taller than a person. But I designed them in 3D, and so they actually might be something that I can convince him to go ahead and let me use the 3D version to bring it into Shroud of the Avatar as some cool Norgard style standing stones.
I thought you were going to say he was going to send you the actual prop and you could put them out there on the property.
Oh, that'd be amazing. But I somehow doubt that someone's going to claim these suckers, and they're gonna live forever in either someone's garage, or they're going to come out at Halloween Spookhouse time.
Yeah.
But they're pretty. I mean, they're actually pretty cool looking. In fact, here I'll bring it up real quick and you can show you. You get the sneak preview that no one will believe.
Well, while he's doing that, let's go ahead and read off the prizes for the prizing from the top of the hour. It seems to be consistent. We're about 20 minutes. We draw it, and then 20 minutes later we read it off. So let's see here. I will go ahead and read both off because I'm not sure that anybody else is able to do the other stuff at this moment. We got a Virtue Ice Staff that is going to Sagrative and Burko. Then a Winter
Sagara TV.
Oh, all right. There you go.
Would you like me to read the names?
Sure, if you like. A Winter Pattern Glass Floor Lamp 3-pack.
Is going to Jenzik and Arthur DeThartas.
There you go. An Ornate Sled.
To Smack and Christopher Nightshadow.
Yeah, of course, after all the bad names are gone. So, Ornate Replenishing Snowball Box from 2015.
To a Holorand and Buzzard Bait.
And finally, Icy Ancient Snow Cathedral, which is a player dungeon room.
Kender Sadler and Mock Dopsed? Dopst? I don't know.
All right. So congratulations, everybody. That's the prizing drawing, and now I got 3 spins of the wheel that I'm going to do.
Nice.
And send off some portal prizes. Okay, we have a Lord British kite shield or triangle shield. The triangle. And next one is a Lord British Moondial.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
And then it's like there's 2 Moondial, 2 Lord British Moondials, 2 Dark Star Moondials, 2 round shields, 2 kite shields on here. But there is a Lord British table on here. So there are even on the spin. There's a few rarer prizes, harder to get. So
I don't remember what the table looks like.
it's a round table with his heraldry on it.
Okay. Okay. I'm remembering that now. Okay.
Jeez. Okay, we got another Dark Star Moondial. Okay, all right, so those are the 3 prizes. Now I gotta go randomly select the players. Make sure that number's high enough. Okay. And / I think it's on screen. Yep. Okay. And okay. Okie dokie. All right. Now I go ahead and pick up where you left off. I think, Scotty, you were getting ready to show something.
Oh yeah, I was just going to show the thing that if I can convince Josh to do so, I'll find a way to bring this into the game because I think it's kind of fun. It's a really great like Norgard style standing stone, a menhir, which is kind of cool. We have dragons in our game, so it's not a far stretch to imagine that this would be applicable to it. But like on it, you see in the back, if you look closely, you will see the actual saga of the old figure, the Old Norse figure Sigurd, also known as Siegfried, who basically went to battle with the dwarf called Fenrir, who turned himself into a dragon to protect his horde. So you can actually see on the back of this from real, really cool old Norse carvings pertaining to Sigurd forging the weapon, the magical sword, and then him defeating the dragon up at the top, skewering him with the sword itself. And then the front, there's actually one of the size guides that we use to do scale stuff from Shroud of the Avatar in there to make sure that I'm getting it the right size. But then on the front, you see the symbol of like one of the horrible, coins from the Horde, and the 7 swords of the 7 kind of warrior priests that were set up to kind of guard it. It's a terrible artifact because it was the ring. It was the ring of Anvari, which was like the weird artifact that the dragon Fenrir utilized to find its treasure, and when he was a dwarf, to find and gather his treasure and to look into the hearts of men, to see if they lusted after his treasure. So yeah, I get to kind of play around with that, and they're I got this thing off to them, and so they're in LA right now carving these things up, which is pretty cool, and making them into what they will eventually be for the sake of the actual the prop in the movie, which will have moss growing over it and things like that. But yeah, I'm looking to try to get someone to where I can go ahead and that thing you have, Richard, of your own. It's yourself standing there in jeans and a shirt, and you're like pointing or doing something, and it's a perfectly little color miniature of you that was 3D printed. Oh, can we hear Richard?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Was that a question when I got that? Where did I get that, or what are you asking?
Yeah, because you got one of those made. I don't remember where it was made through, Shapeways or something, but I'm going to try to get one just like this done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if
I actually got the thing you're referring to. I actually got here in New York from a thing that scans you and prints you.
Oh, well,
Scotty, how big did you want it?
How big did I want this? Well, the most they can do is like 11 inches or something like that. So
that's about what mine is.
Yeah, I get the desktop model of whatever this is, but I do want one. I want one of these to put on my desk. But I love the idea of possibly getting Josh's permission to bring it to the game, because I'd love to see these like in the hills of Norgard somewhere up there. Some weird standing circles of these things. It'd be fun. Anything neat that I can bring into the game like that would be cool. But yeah, Josh, what I ended up doing is going to LA before Josh moved back here, and actually had a chance to go and visit those new areas at Disney World that they made. Those amazing rides for the Star Wars stuff there. It's super cool. Did you all end up building lightsabers and stuff, or a droid while you were there, Richard?
Well, we do. Yeah. Well, I don't think we built a droid, but yeah, we of course came away with lightsabers. Yeah.
Well, of course.
I have a weird braggadocious thing. I was just trying to Google to see if I could send somebody a link to it. But since we've had our last stream together, I've had a fun change of status of sorts, which is that through my work with the Explorers Club, we've been holding these what we call the Global Exploration Summits in Portugal, starting a few years ago at the 500th anniversary of the Magellan's circumnavigation of the Earth, and we've been going back every year since. And so, as a thank you, the country of Portugal has inducted me into a royal order called the Order of Saint Michael of the Wing, and so now you may refer to me honestly as Sir Richard.
Sir Richard.
I'm sure all of you on the stream really want to do that.
Well, you were already a Don Stamino, so
Yeah.
Why not? Why not Sir in real life? That's pretty cool. That's really awesome, though.
I was trying to find a link about it. I'll put it in the stream if I see where a thing about when it happened earlier this year.
I don't know how all this works. Does that mean are you considered a knight?
I am, literally, indeed. I even have it's in the other room, but I even have my neck pieces and pins and the cape and all this kind of stuff that came through the knighting ceremony that was actually done here in New York. The Duke of Braganza, the highest ranking remnant of the monarchy of Portugal, is the guy that is the master or the leader of the order and gives out these knighthoods.
Because what does Portugal have now? Does it have a
it's a full regular democracy in the same way that England is really a democracy, but there's still royals left around. Unlike, I think, places like France that murdered off all of theirs. Portugal still has a few of the families that they didn't obliterate, so they're still around.
I'm gonna jump in at the little gap there just to say that I got the 3 random prize winners for the Lord British Triangle Shield or Kite Shield. I think they're the same thing, right? Is a player by the name of Asher Rose, and the Lord British Moondial goes to Black Ice, and the Dark Star Moondial goes to Tulor Fairlow. And I will be mailing those out. I'm currently out in the field, as it were, over by this mysterious portal. As soon as I return to get close enough to one of the mailboxes, I'll send out those 3 prizes. So, are we at a good point here where we could go in and take a tour of the chicken room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, let me get you guys out down and
minimize us or remove us or something.
What was that?
Nope, you did it.
Oh, okay. And
I see you got a little crowd. Little crowd.
Yeah, so some people found me.
Can more than one person go into it now?
I believe so. I think it says
solo scene.
It is a solo scene. All right, then yeah, you could go in, but it's instanced.
Oh, damn!
Yes. You would be by yourself. If I went in to follow you, I would be by myself.
Get there.
It's the lonely chicken room.
It's not lonely in there. There are a lot of chickens.
There are a lot of chickens.
Just a few.
A lot of regular chickens, and then also there's the big chicken.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna get these windows out of the way here. Let's see what's going on.
It's dark. You're likely to be eaten by a grue.
Yes. So there's the torch. This is the part of the original. The original was 1 chicken, a torch, and then a chair, and let me
By the wall somewhere.
cast my light. Yeah, the chair, and a pile of wood showed up. I think a pile of wood was like the second iteration, was like release 1.1 or something. It was patched
And
in.
why was that special? Like, why did, my God, if you thought you liked it before, wait until you see it with the pile of wood in it.
Yeah. Got a lot of bug reports that there wasn't a pile of wood.
Yeah, I mean, why? Why? Does anyone remember why?
Someone
the
was just
pile of
really
wood was
proud of the pile of wood.
Maybe it was just
I
new.
do remember that being in there originally, but I don't know why.
Maybe it's just finished art. Okay.
That probably was just available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
My
Maybe
God,
someone was just
Showcase
testing to see
Sigma.
if it placed right.
the
And then
scene,
didn't realize it was gonna be checked in.
the chicken room is now adorned by the 10th anniversary release #1 plaque. So
Yay.
it is now a historical and officially a Shadow of the Avatar historical site. It cannot be destroyed. We added in. This is from the April Fool's reiteration of the chicken room. We added in this signpost saying that it was version 2, and I changed it to 2.5 again because we can. And we have Scotty wrote out a treatise on the chicken room, so players who come in here can read this and take the book as well. And then there's a second book that I added in for this iteration, this version 2.5 of the room, that has a little bit of something going on in there. If you read the release notes and then you read this book, the story will make complete sense. That's all I have to say.
All right.
So in Pokemon, we're going to give away one thing, that there is from the April Fool's Day, we added this light shining in on the wall to make it obvious that there was a secret door here, which we'll go into in a while. I added a second secret door, and as you can see, there's blood here that seems to disappear underneath the wall.
Suspicious.
Yeah, suspicious.
Highly irregular.
So, more chickens. Lots more chickens.
It could have been worse. It could have been, Richard's favorite family killing chamber, the family Masher 5000.
That might be
One of
the
my
only way to permanently defeat the queen.
Lots of chickens. So go down here, and we have a Doom style. It just reminds me of Doom 2. And we have look, the queen of the chickens.
Owsley asked, how did he get to the portals? To bring it up again, there is a portal in one of I think it's like 8 or so random spots on Novia. It's only in Novia.
So should I battle the queen or?
Sure, put her out of her misery.
Okay. Stop
Sure, I'll just
chasing
take
me
care.
around. Oh, yeah, I should
Put
get
her out of her
first
misery.
person move.
Are you punching her?
I am punching her. Let me see if I.
You should at least have a shovel, explorer shovel. That's what I carry around these days.
Yeah, I'm looking. There's something on here.
I guess eventually it'll do it. I guess.
Yeah. Quit. There we go.
Yeah, shooting chicken.
Oh. The chicken used a spell to save it from death and respawned as this giant chicken with now giant arrows in it. Obviously, it's a little bit of an unintended thing.
Oh, queen of the chickens. Oh, yes.
The queen quests that fire circle. That isn't from Ravelox.
Yeah.
It was hard to say that. Queen Quest. The Queen Quest.
It's the chick queen.
The Chick Queen.
Any second now. There it goes. Oh no.
Mhm.
Now it's split to 2 chickens.
Oh, so its slime powers manifest now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the slime mechanic.
Even with the arrows in it.
It's quantum. All quantumly intertwined.
I'll use the fire ring against it.
Spooky chicken in the distance.
What is the tier of the Chicken Queen? Asked Vulcan Jedi. It's not an exact tier level, but roughly tier 10 is my guess.
Yeah, I think it's about tier 10.
I thought you were describing a magical object, the tear of the Chicken Queen. It's this giant diamond.
Oh, somebody in the universe asked.
Of course, this is Ravelox doesn't have a lot of skills. I haven't played Ravelox with any significant playtime in years. No, don't go kill other chickens.
Well, yeah, we were talking before about spoilers and such. I'm like, wait, spoilers? Oh my God, Artifice has been there for so long. But I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. I asked. I was talking to Sir Frank the other day. I'm like, so yeah, did you ever get to see? No, he's still never been down. He's still never been down into any of the deeper dungeons because he just couldn't do it on his own. So he's never seen like half of my work. He's never been able to go down there and look at it.
I'm sure there's tons of people who would be happy to team up with him.
Oh, I know. Well, yeah, but
unless he likes to do it by himself, in which case,
yeah, that's the real question.
In case anybody will want to check, yes, you can loot the chicken.
Yeah, and so I figure I'd get them both killed before I do it. So
yeah.
Got a Skinner. And yes.
Treasure Pile says, "I love Artifice." Artifice is pretty cool.
We should have given her giant eggs.
Yeah. You're right.
Oh, does she just lay tiny eggs, like passing a stone or something?
Actually, they should explode. Is what should be. She should just walk around and drop some tick tick boom tick tick. Boom.
All right. So
No,
now,
the rest of the army of chickens are all chicken.
yeah, they're
They won't
just
attack.
regular chickens.
Yeah, all the other ones are just regular chickens.
And you're probably killing them anyway because fire.
Yeah. I don't remember how many hit points I have. Is it 1 or 2?
Yeah, I think it's 2. Yeah, chicken corpse.
The chicken room smells good. It's like roast chicken in here.
So back in the regular.
No. Burning feathers is not good.
Oh no.
So even more chickens.
And this is the April Fool's chicken room area edition.
And of course, when players go in here, you guys shouldn't just zip through. Explore it, look at all those things. There's things to look at.
Yeah, you want to hover your mouse over certain signs and such.
Yeah, there's stuff to find downstairs, and there's weren't there like hidden eggs for Easter and all kinds of stuff?
Yep. There are little Easter eggs hidden in the place and stuff like that. So.
And then when you're done, you will return to the last scene that you had entered.
Kinda.
Normally, I think if you use the teleport, I think that sort of screws up how the game remembers your last place.
Yeah.
But if you zone into a place, like say just by going to the edge of a scene, you zone into another scene, that is locking you into that scene.
Yeah, it's a double hop of the teleporter that kind of screws things up. So it went back to, like, I was in Darkshire Hills, my pot, before the stream. So that's where it brought me back to.
So yeah, and if somebody say if their friend is next to the magical portal, the mysterious portal, and you sort of zone to your friend because you teleported into Novia, I think it's not locked in. It's still, the game still thinks you were at the previous location. At any rate, if you are confused as to why your your previous location is not Novia, that would be why, probably. Can we tame the queen chicken? I don't think so. I hope not.
Actually, if you tame them, I think it'll just show up as a regular chicken. But yeah, because it's not, the tame result is still going to be going to the regular prefab, not the.
You will not end up with a
giant
queen
chicken. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, now I'm back here. I'm gonna go ahead and send out these 3 prizes. We still have a while to go before we send out another set of prizes or anything.
And as a side note, I am vastly amused that Richard's skeletal horse is occasionally twitching its tail.
It's fidgety.
So
I am vastly amused that it's still logged in there. I didn't realize I left that machine logged in. That's about to switch since I just finished patching here, so I can finally log in from here.
Let's see, get this out.
It'll probably bump me, I assume.
Yep. So that was the chicken room as it currently exists, and I really liked it when we did it in April. You logged in April, you got forced into that room. So no matter what you said when you logged in, you said, go out, start on the overworld map, or go back to where you were, last, or whatever. It just ignored you completely and sent you right to the chicken room. So there were a handful of people who were very confused and/or very upset. But for the most part, people picked up on it right away. So
at least it's only you're only in there for a couple minutes.
Yeah,
if that.
Exactly right. And it was only once. It was just the first time you logged in. So after that, there was a flag, and you didn't get sent there anymore. So, but it was. I enjoyed it. I liked torturing people that way. It was fun. So, all right. So that is the chicken room, and that is going to be on the overworld for a period of time, accessible by those mysterious portals that are randomly showing up in several different locations on Novia. So if you want to experience the chicken room yourself, go find it on Novia, and that's for a limited period of time. It's it's going to be disappearing. How do we put that? The portal is unstable, so we don't know how long it's going to remain in our on Novia. So
I found
Of
a
course,
portal
we
through
do
which I
know
can
how long it
see.
is. It's just that you don't know how long it is.
exactly. Go ahead,
I'm a
Scott.
portal through which I can speak, but I can neither see nor hear.
I can neither see nor hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best. It's the best.
There we go. See, now I'm back at my horse. There we go.
All right, so I gotta deliver these 3 things. So one of the topics I had written down was, do you guys have favorite scenes? Now, this is not. I mean, originally we were talking about stuff around release 1, but let's just talk about any of the scenes that are in the game right now. What's your favorite?
As far as the one I created, I'm super proud of Alfheim.
Which one?
Alfheim.
Alfheim.
With all its stages and being able to do activities before the final battle that will affect the content in the final battle. Super elaborate, and I was very worried that it would be broken while I was testing it. And first few times I ran through it, it actually worked really well. So I guess I did it right somehow first time through. You know, it was very complicated to set up all the weird logic that it has.
And I still have a fondness for the island around Buccaneers 10. That has the volcano in the middle and all the levels and the things that shoot you up, and
the Blood Bay. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Yep.
That is a very cool place. That's a cool area.
Yes, with the traveling airship.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, that you can jump on and off of, and such. That was good. Big fun. Big fun.
God, if I were to have to pick from one of the ones I worked on, it's a toss up because my first one was Hilt. I mean, that was when I first started playing around with Unity to do actual big time sculpture, landscape stuff, and playing around with populating the whole outside world area. But later on, when I got really a lot better at it and could really throw in the detail, and I knew how to kind of create the look of distant stuff. I really love the work that I did on Xenos. I really enjoyed Xenos, and especially from Keith, you were talking about like a cultural, referential standpoint to cultural constructs and things like that. I was really able to dig into the heart of that kind of stuff to culturally kind of bring that area to life. I really loved it. So that's probably my favorite.
I'm gonna add in maybe Grusk as well, as far as just like a more casual scene. Alfheim is, I guess, my big combat scene. And Grusk might be my playing scene, because there's a lot of stuff to do in Grusk as a Cobalt city. It's got to have a lot of mechanisms and metal and stuff. So I sort of created some shapes and platforms and stuff like that. I have the trolley system in there, which is elaborate. A lot of things, lights and whatever, can be turned on and off. Sometimes from a place that you didn't realize you can turn things on and off. We had a couple other Grusk communities, but this was an above ground. Cobalt communities, but this is an above ground Cobalt community. And I really went to town on I got to make sure that I have guards, I have residents, I have merchants, so a whole bunch of different types of people. Fill in all the community requirements. There's blacksmith and town criers and vendor, all the different characters, and we have a bunch of different Cobalt models. And something that we didn't do with the first ones that I did here is okay, which visual is my guard visual? Which is my merchant visual? Which is this and that? The other ones, it was all just guys you fought, and they probably had different ways to fight. But this is all a friendly area, so I had to sort of reimagine how they work.
Isn't that also when you went through and standardized their names?
Oh yeah, I sort of went back with the names and the things they said, all the sort of I don't know, the weird sort of Cobalt words that they had, and I realized that it was some consistency with some of the syllables that they use. So I made like a big chart myself, and sometimes would randomize how I used the syllables. But it was random, but it was consistent with some stuff in the past, and actually extra consistent in how I apply them now.
Gotcha.
And then also, like, I added in like the quests and stuff, and in the way that we did the new cities. That there was a lot of dangerous areas surrounding the city. With things that could kill you. And the lighthouse keeper with his telling the stories that may or may not have actually been true about Cobalt history.
So
what? The stories weren't all true?
Well, they're his perspective.
That's right.
Everything is true from his perspective.
So this is all fine. I'm gonna try to visit the scenes that you guys are talking about.
Okay.
I figured I'd come in here. And, in fact,
it was an early version of Alfheim, which was a clone or duplicate of another scene. The only difference that it had some humans in the middle that and a town. And actually, backing up to sort of get more elaborate and prideful of some stuff I've done, is that we had, in the early days, we had bandits as human bad guys, and then we also had these elf as humanoid bad guys. And but we also, those can kind of be used anywhere. But then we also had these Ebb and Dawn guys who were like cult guys. And to me, in the early days, it wasn't at least one, but whenever I joined in, I got in my mind that I want these Ebb and Dawn guys to be on the Path of Love area, because they sort of relate to the undead guys, and there's like a strong connection there. And then to me, I wanted to have barbarians of some type in the northern area, and I decided they weren't just sort of barbarians; they were cannibalistic and some other like extreme stuff, which is why they didn't really interact. You didn't really see them in player towns, or NPC towns like Norgard or whatever. They were like even more primitive, and the inspiration for them was like what's the name of that movie? The Seventh Warrior. Right?
Oh,
is that the name of the movie?
are you talking
Antonio
about
Banderas was a guy who
was like Beowulf, or
it was Antonio Banderas was a guy from the Middle East or something who joined these Viking. I'm not exactly sure it was Iceland or whatever, but they some Scandinavian guys, and he sort of had his perspective. But there was like a main bad guy type with these extra primitive cannibalistic barbarian cave dwelling guys. Anyway, so that was on the courage path, and then the love path would be I generically call it plunderers, but pirate types, swashbucklers, grave robbers, all guys were in it for the money. And
13th, the 13th
Well,
warrior.
the 13th warrior. Yeah. And that was meant to be sort of a retelling of the Beowulf thing. That weird tribe of like
I love that movie. Yes, a good
beings
movie.
that came down. Those people that came down in the fire. That whole thing was meant to be representative of the earliest dragon tales and the earliest tales of like that whole tribe was representative of the monster Grendel.
And so Alfheim is sort of I always wanted it to be the home of these barbarian guys. And eventually when we got the barbarian guys in, they started having their own look, and I was super proud that everyone sort of like the whole team sort of embraced it, and they had like a bunch of different special looks for those guys. And then eventually I was able to sort of go back and rework the clone of that other scene into the Alfheim that I always wanted, and adding in all the extra combat bells and whistles.
So after Alfheim, what was who said the next scene after that?
Scotty was talking about Hilt.
Okay.
I also mentioned.
Yeah, I enjoyed Hilt. That was my first. That was where I got to kind of break ground and really kind of test my mettle on what I could kind of create in Unity from a standpoint of like an outside big open world area environment. And that was a lot of fun. And so was subsequently the building of the dungeon area inside all the way down.
What that scene is the name of it is like what Hilt Basement or something?
Hilt's Fortress is the
Nightshade Pass.
Yeah,
yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's the outdoor area. And that's where, Keith, I really wish like for instance, for a while, Lum had a lot on his plate, so
Yeah.
he couldn't get to everything. And for a while, one of the things that I thought was a really neat interaction that I'd sort of planned for was you come from one side of Nightshade Pass and go down in there, and you immediately there's all these bandits and such that are in the forest there and such. But if you come in from the other side of Nightshade Pass, one of the first people you come to is it's a little encampment, and it was meant to be the encampment of this little very scared family that were talking about how, hey, you shouldn't go in there. Well, why? Oh, well, because not only are there a lot of bandits down in there, and we're afraid of getting waylaid, but if you get all the way up to where the entrance to that ancient fortress is, there's a hideous troll, a huge ogre thing that dwells there. That was that wanted us to pay him, and we fled back up because there are wild animals down there and everything else. But he was too big, he was too huge, and we were too scared to try to port things across that lake because there's something terrible in that lake, and we don't know what it is. So there were a lot of plans for that outdoor area that would get you to kind of like possibly maybe you'd sit and talk with that family. If you sat and talked with that family, you might be interested in following a little trail you'd find, because that trail leads up into the other side, opposite where the fortress of Hilt is, and that trail leads up through like volcanic stuff and rifts and other things that eventually the idea is if you go far enough, you'll go onto another map, which is the map that was going to lead into all this volcanic underground thing that would have eventually opened up into that valley with the big statue of the oracle, not the oracle, but whatever that, the giant statue in that valley of lava.
Yeah.
Because that would lead you to that secret pass that would lead you out of Nightshade Pass and into other areas of the world that's spoken of in the books.
The
It does. You can get from there to Blackblade Pass and from there to Oracle Colossus.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you can do that, although it doesn't take you out where it takes you weirdly outside of that. Then you have to go in to see the Colossus, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there's several puzzles to get through to get to there.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. But yeah, and furthermore, when you went up Hilt and up into the fortress itself, that whole area, you eventually come across the kobolds and the skeletons and things like that. But the kobolds, if you approach them right and talk to them, you might have to fight them and things like that. But eventually, the idea was that either up there you talk to them, or that you're dragged inside and you go before their bosses, or whatever, the Kobold King or whoever those one is sitting on that throne in Hilt, and you make a deal with them. And the deal that you can make with them is if you choose to stop fighting them, then the idea is that they will then ally with you. And if you stop fighting them and help them clear out the spiders and other things all the way down there, because they're wanting to expand deeper into Hilt, that if you help them do that, then they'll be kind to you. They'll be peaceful with you. They won't attack you, and they're sort of ally themselves with you. But that never got to happen.
Yeah, we still. I really wish it would have came about, but we still don't have a faction switching gimmick. So when we say faction, we're talking about NPCs have a faction, which is they're assigned a label, and that label knows do they hate dragons or are they friendly with dragons? Do they hate players or are they friendly with players? Hate rabbits, friendly with rabbits. So there's all this big array of like who hates who, and that's the faction system behind the scenes. And so what we would need, would love, is to be able to flip that faction. So like if you did something, maybe there would be like one friendly kobold on one side who's like a contact, and he might say, if you do this thing for me, I can tell my buddies to not attack you anymore. And then if you did the thing, then we could, I don't know, maybe you have a certain flag on you that sort of changes the way the faction interacts with you, or I don't know what it'd be. I guess
like
it's complicated.
Kobolds or Hilt will be your friends from now on, or whatever, unless you attack them.
I would love that kind of thing.
Yeah, me too. I love it. That's lore building to me.
The closer we can come to it is like what we did in Crooked Shank, which is when you do something with the villagers, they consider you like public enemy number one, but they always forget it when you go out of combat. But if you talk to them again, they go like, "Hey, you're that guy. I'm gonna attack you."
Well, what was the? Because I know you all have, that was the prototypes I built for it. Was for all that Kobold underground city area. So I built those prototypical things that could be modularly put together to make a whole city.
Yeah.
And that seemed to work really well, because unlike what Richard at the time, you didn't like the idea that, well, I can't go into you built a whole city, but I can't go into any buildings. So I made the building blocks of the Cobalt City to where you really could go into each and every one and look inside and check out the stuff, which was of course, probably hideous for the frame rate at the time, but it did it.
I added some stuff since then.
And you added more stuff, and I know Travis built with it too. But wasn't there the concession that you could go in there and for some reason none of the kobolds would attack you? You could walk up and down their streets in that weird underground city.
So what they did was, so we can do this thing called scenarios within a scene. So if you can go into a scene, a map like Skrek, the underground Cobalt City, and if you had not yet started the quest or got to a certain quest point in the quest, then there would be kobolds in there that were assigned a bad guy faction, so they wanted to kill you. But if you were on a certain stage in the quest, you would go into scenario number 2 that knows that you are should be able to go through soon. So there were kobolds in the same areas, but they were assigned another faction that was a friendly faction. So then you can walk through and investigate the city.
Oh, okay.
So that's how we fake it.
I wish we could fake it like that for Hilt somehow. That would be fun. Because I'd love to go with a bunch of these little, chirping, grunting kobolds down into the thing and help them fight spiders, and then know that they're going to be friendly to me.
Yeah. So it would be tough, especially some scenes are more troubling than others. When you go into Hilt Fortress, there is already checks for your quest state, and actually, for some reason, there was always problems with getting into the right scenario, and I'm not really sure why, because a lot should have been okay, but it was always a problem. So
it's snowing.
At some point a long time ago, I split the doors. I just said, forget it, I'm not going to fight it anymore. So I split the doors. So there's actually 2 doors to get in. And actually, if you look at the label, also players were confused by it. So, but if you look at the mouse over label, one basically says, this is for the quest and this is for everything else. It's not that blatant, but it's super close.
Yeah, I tried to show Ravalox not that long ago. I'm like, hey, you've never seen down there, have you? No, I haven't. Well, let me show you. And I took him on a little tour using God mode and went all the way down there so he could see all the stuff I worked on.
There was a lot of trouble. Like maybe I completed the questionnaire and you didn't. I would go in first and you'd come to join me because we're in a party, but you would come into my scenario, which is the after scenario. So you couldn't do your quest, and then you'd be confused why you couldn't do your quest. So there was a lot of stuff like that. But Ravalox is going all the way to the front doors, and maybe we'll see the mouse over text that I guess maybe seemed to solve it for a lot of people, because we stopped getting the reports about the confusion after that. So it's a little too gamey and brute force, but sometimes you here's the doorways we were talking about a long time ago that were too arching.
Oh yes.
Oh, this here.
These are big enough. It's a different spot, but it's the same arch doorway that in a different area it was a little smaller, but it was the same basic visual, and so it was normal door height, not this sort of triple door height.
Yeah, not the giant ones. Yeah, because later I made big versions of it that were meant to be more stylized because of the whole group of obsidian architecture stuff I devised for out of the basic dungeon stuff, but added a bunch of elements to turn it obsidian. It
has nice visuals. Actually, another scene I'm kind of proud of is the Obsidian Panopticon, which is a jail scene, and I'm proud of it because it's extra fantastic, because it in the fantasy sense, because it has I want kind of like this scene. I want it to have more vertical stuff. A lot of times when you come to the scene, it's mostly flat, and maybe you sort of is bumpy, but it's still flat. There's the 2 doors right there we're looking at.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I
wonder which one we should take. The one with all the blood, or which one? Where do you want me to go here?
So if you hover over
what
does it say in the little parentheses?
It says that this door can be used only for the Reassemble Vermilion Lens quest, and that one cannot be used for it.
I had to make it blatant.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what to do when I first saw that. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, because I didn't make that part. So you were able to rebuild it finally for that to be.
Yeah, I try to do a very light touch. I don't want to rework everything. The
Mhm.
whole doorway. I want to keep basically how it was. I had to like move some stuff back in a little bit to sort of crunch these doors in there, but you know, it solved problems.
Thank God it isn't contiguous, that you basically teleport from there to the actual interior, because otherwise that would have been rough.
There's a second way in the scene too, and I had to make the same sort of door gimmick in the other one for safety.
By the way, it is 8:02, and once you all decide when all is well and done, if you want, I will do as Richard mentioned earlier. I will from memory do my little last thing once you all are ready to call it quits, and I will speak from the very beginning of the Rubaiyat of Amar Khayyam as sort of a farewell.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Well, since it is the top of the hour, we're going to do another prizing drawing.
Yeah, let's do prizing first.
Yeah, so everybody do that. Many happy returns, primarily for folks who have joined late and haven't done it yet. But please redo it. That's fine. The more people do it in game, the more likely other players will say what's going on and do it too. Okie dokie. And of course, we will be doing 4 spins on the wheel. And I will also take this opportunity to yet again remind everybody that we have this special sale on the website going on right now. 25% off the Kodos. And if you buy the 10,750 Kodo pack, which is currently $75, you will be getting a Release 1 10th anniversary cloak, which we will be making and sending out to the players with Release 122, which will go live January 25th of next year. How about that? I'm gonna think about that. It's next year.
Yeah, it's so close.
Yeah. Scotty and I will get together, I guess probably in the next couple of weeks, and talk about what we're gonna do with that. I don't know if, but anyway, we'll talk about it. We're gonna sit down. We're gonna design up the cloak and make it something special. So the only way to get that cloak is to buy that $75 pack. The cloak will never be offered again, so it will be a rare, and not like the rares that we have out in the Crown store. This is a real rare. It'll never show up in the Crown store. So there you go. That's my plug for the hour. And we'll get ready here and do the many happy returns in a few minutes, and then spin the wheel as well. I think we pretty much touched on everything. Is there anything else, Keith, that you may remember that I'm missing? I think we're in good shape, right?
No, I think we got everything.
All right,
Hit
cool.
all the important marks.
Awesome. Okay. Oh, and actually, a number of people I think have been asking about the Unity release update to our Unity 2021. Of course, yeah, we intended to get that done during 2023, and we discovered that there was a lot more work that needed to be done on the infrastructure than we thought. So, and in fact, out in the background here, well, I guess you probably can't see it. It's behind some of my chairs. I have new hard drives I have to go down to the data center and install, migrations of servers, things like that. So we're making progress on the hardware changes, but that absolutely the infrastructure needs to be changed first before we could even address going to 2021. We did make progress on the migration, but we had to put that in hiatus because of the fact that the infrastructure was not ready. So I just wanted to address that, since that's come up a number of times, and I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the storytelling here. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and run out the prizings.
So is this the spinning dial prizing or the?
It's both. It's both, but I gotta hit the button for the prizing itself. The predetermined ones. So, and I guess while that's happening, I'll spin the dial here 4 times. See if we can get some rare stuff.
Put a finger on the wheel right now.
Oh man, I should. I'm gonna respin this. It keeps on coming up with Darkstar. Darkstar is
Weighted.
It is.
It
You
feels
have
like
pennies on the back.
It is pretty old. You know, this is like the original one. So.
Oh man.
We'll
go the other way.
Ooh. Just the next time you just throw it across the room and see what it lands.
Yeah. Oh, would you believe 3 in a row it came up with Darkstar Moon Dial?
Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding. And it's on different ones, so. All right, this is at least this is different. Darkstar round shield. So at least that's something. Darkstar round shield. Okay, gotta hit this button one more time over here. Multitasking, yay! Come on, give me something new.
Making a Jira for that cloak, by the way.
We want the yellow one.
Oh, cool.
Okay, thank you. Yay! We got the Lord British table.
Ah.
I mean, at this point, I could probably just write down what I want anyway. But all right, Lord British table. One more. Well, 2 more, but yeah. Well, I forget what else I got on there. It's Lord British Moon Dial. Moon Dial. And what else is on
Say
there?
hi, Ryan. Come here, say hi.
Yeah, okay. The purple ones. Well, one of the purple ones is one of the things that we want. Let's do a spin, see what happens.
Hey, Ronan.
Hey, here's Prince Ronan, who was not quite born on episode release 1.
Yeah.
This is the 10-year anniversary of the game.
Dancing cheetah.
Yeah, I think it's
all animals dance in this world,
as they should.
Like my tiger.
There's a treasure chest dancing.
Yeah, that's
a mimic.
Like my horse.
What do you do to your horse?
Same thing that Shove did to his horse.
Did you kill your horse?
Looks like it.
Okay.
That one.
I got all the prizes set now. I am going to roll the die. And what I've done, I'm going rogue again. Shh, don't say anything. I'm doing 5 prizes instead of 4. Because this, we're definitely going to end the stream somewhere in this hour.
Yeah.
So we're going to do 5 of them out. And
hungry.
The last 2 prizes in this thing, we got the round shield, the Lord British Darkstar round shield, Lord British table, the Lord British Moon Dial, Lord British painting, and the Darkstar painting. Now, the Darkstar painting and the Lord British painting, there will only be one of them with this name. So these will be the rarest of all the things tonight this week. We got a lot of Moon Dials and shields and stuff. So, all right. So, roll.
Oh, poor puppy.
Yep. Okay.
Is your dog complaining? We've been on too long now.
I think the dog wants to go to bed.
Oh.
Me
Won't
too.
go to bed on his own.
Yeah. Wait.
It's only 8.
Yeah.
I don't understand. This is supposed to be a 12-hour stream. What's wrong here?
Oh, God.
You believe we did this for 24 hours straight, multiple times, Richard?
It's insane.
It was insane. It was insane. But those were really fun, and I loved the early times, and we'd also like bring in YOLO to play or
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they were mentioning Dupre earlier, so I know we had him in to interview and tell his story of how he chopped his finger off.
Oh yes, his thumb. Oh my God.
Oh, that's horrible.
Good Lord.
Check.
Man, he was so lucky. You flew him out there like fast up there to get that dealt with.
Yep. Although he had to wait in the, even after they called the neurosurgeon in and sew his thumb back on in like a 6 or 8 hour operation, he had to wait like 4 hours for that person to come in and get prepped. So I mean, I'm surprised a dismembered thumb will live that long, without blood flow or oxygen.
Keep that on ice, I guess. But yeah, can you imagine sitting there for 4 hours without a thumb waiting?
By the way, just in case you ever cut your thumb off and want to know, you actually aren't supposed to throw it on ice. That's actually too cold.
Yep.
Really? What do you do?
Ice water.
I'm going to show you ice water. Just cool. Apparently, just keep it cool.
Okay.
Thermos.
That's not the first time you come to rescue in a couple different ways, Richard. I mean, part of the reason why you actually owned for a while the copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam that I have, the one that's like 160, 170 years old at this point.
Yep.
Because of the fact that that was one of the most valuable possessions I had. I only had it because I just happened to go into the same antique book show you did 5 minutes early. Because yeah, you're like, if I'd have gotten there before you, I would have that book now.
Yeah,
I don't know what this book is. I think you need to explain this book.
Here, I'll get it. I'll grab it. Hold on.
Oh, is that the one with a nice woodcut illustration for each one? I have that.
Yeah, I said the books. It was actually a really good book show there in Austin. I still have a couple of books that I bought at it, on my front and center display here at the house, is because they're such cool books.
Yeah, it's this one.
Yep.
And it's hard to see because it's old, but it's printed on vellum. There's a beautiful peacock design that you see there. Yeah, and there's only a few hundred of these left still in existence, two of which are, they'll never be brought back again because they're supposedly down inside of a safety deposit box down in the bottom of the ocean in the Titanic. One that's just like this, and then one that is like this, except it has semi-precious jewels embedded into the cover. And so this was at the show. Friends of mine were there, and they helped me get it. They got it for me for my birthday. But then Richard came in and helped me when, back in the old days when we were still scrambling for cash, my engine went out in my car, and you were able to get me another engine for my car so I could even get anywhere and work anywhere. And so I said, look, I'm going to be one of the people that pays you back. So you're going to keep one of my most valued possessions until I can pay you back. And I only was able to pay you back all at once. And that was the day you were like, we should have never hired you at Origin.
Exactly.
He's actually made enough money to pay you back all at once when I finally got hired at Origin so many years ago. But yeah, it's from this that I've memorized the book, and it's translated by Edward Fitzgerald. And you can look at it. It has some just beautiful stuff inside. And again, it's vellum with parchment, hand signed by Sutcliffe and the bookbinder. And then if you look inside, it seems so simple at first, but once you get past the introduction and get to the actual part where it begins, that is when you begin to see the amazing
illumination
book.
Illumination.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. It's just incredible. And the further you go through, all the quatrains are laid out with more and more beautiful illustration throughout the whole book, with some stuff that most people, they don't realize they know it, but once they hear parts of it, they're like, oh, I have heard that before. I do know that, like this one in particular. Yeah.
And the illustrations people know without knowing that they know too. For instance, the standard Grateful Dead skeleton with the crown of roses on his head.
Yeah.
That is from one of the illustrations.
Yeah, and this was like the second printing of the very first run of the books translated by Fitzgerald, which, so hard to come by, but really beautiful. There's an incredible history behind it too. If people have never read the Rubaiyat, I highly recommend you do, because the prose and the meaning behind the prose, like kind of the introspection of the meaning of life and how we have such little time and we must make the most of it, that stuff is timeless, and it stands up so well to this very, very day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Steve, did you need to make any other announcements?
Yes, sir. We have the winners from the spins, and that will be Uther Krakenwolf, who will get the Darkstar Round Shield. Drakis Fondor Latos will get a Lord British table. Shui, or Shoei, I think it's Shui, gets a Lord British moondial. And Jaith Windsong gets a Lord British painting. And Grolgar gets a Darkstar painting. And all those items will be renamed to Release R1 10th anniversary. So those will be rares, dev named rares. Congratulations to everybody throughout the entire stream who's won those stuff. So we send out 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5. So that many. Yeah, 3, 6, and 5. So 11. We sent out 11 of those. Plus, of course, all the prizings. We have the prizes for the prizings up. So if you want, we could go ahead and read those off too. Richard was holding his hand up. I don't know if he was calling for attention or not.
Did I win?
Oh, you? No, you only won that one. I'll send you the lump of coal later.
Oh. All right.
All right. So, Keith, you want to split the prizes again?
Sure, I'll do the names again this time.
You'll do the names again? Okay. All right. Virtue Ice Staff.
Goes to Patosh and Obsidian Tempest.
Right. Winter Pattern Glass Floor Lamp 3-pack.
Denarion Prenchesbon.
We've been butchering that name for at least 5 years.
At least.
And I know. Wait,
Longer.
I know that name. How do they say it? Please be consistent. But I don't know. Denarion Prenchesbon and Hollyhawk.
Yeah, because you're sitting in front of it.
Yep. All right. The Ornate Sled goes to
Uthgar Krakenwolf and Milburn Pennybags.
Nice. Ornate Replenishing Snowball Box from 2015.
And those are going to Crystal Stardust and Old Sandwich.
That's a good name.
Awesome name.
Okay, so the final prize of the day, I believe, is going to be Icy Ancient Stone Cathedral Player Dungeon Room.
That goes to Kieran Sterowolf and Sunny Moon.
There you go. Okay, cool.
Congratulations to all prize winners.
Yay!
Excellent. All right. Now, of course, the prizing prizes will be sent out after the stream. Well, over the weekend or something along those lines. Those go out from Lainey. Thank you very much to her to do that, especially today with all the extra prizes that are going to be sent. With this is a lot of prizings there. And I will send out these last 5 momentarily as well. See, I'm not in a scene that has a mailbox, but I'll get those out. And I'll hand that back over to you guys again. Do we want to go to Scotty, or is there anything else that we want to cover before we go into...
Scotty!
I'm ready for Scotty. Yep.
Okay. All right, Scotty, it's all you.
Okay, here we go, and then I will sign out. Awake, for morning in the bowl of night has flung the stone that puts the stars to flight. And lo, the hunter of the east has caught the Sultan's turret in a noose of light. Dreaming when dawn's left hand was in the sky, I heard a voice within the tavern cry, "Awake, my little ones, and fill the cup, before life's liquor in its cup be dry." And as the cock crew, those who stood before the tavern shouted, "Open then the door. You know how little while we have to stay, and once departed, may return no more." I'll end that there and say good night to you all. Thank you so much. I promise I will return though, once departed. And once again, congratulations for 10 amazing years.
Thank you. Yep, and we'll
Thank
talk
you,
to you
Scott.
soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so we're going to drag this on just a bit longer.
And I'm doing summons to the party. If any players want in, they just have to whisper me.
Gotcha. And where am I? Am I near the?
Oh.
I have to be near it. Where? There it is. Okay, and I'm gonna mail out the stuff. I'm gonna drag you guys up again while I do that. They said that we're gonna kill you. We're overworking you, Chris.
I have something. Maxine has infected me. That's been the one downside of her going back to school is we're now exposed.
Yeah.
But I actually took a. Oh, I'm not sure if it's even showing up there, but yeah, I took a test and it was negative. So.
Gotcha. That's
not COVID. I gotta do something with all those tests you got stashed around them.
This has been a bad flu year too. I caught one at the end of November that I'm still, my voice is not quite back where it was.
Yeah.
And
everybody, I'm gonna drop off about now too. We need to help Prince Ronan here with get settled for the evening and turn on the go to sleep entertainment.
Gotcha. Understood.
Good seeing you again, Richard.
Very well.
Ronan.
Yep.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
That's
I'm
weird.
busy summoning people to the party.
Cool. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we won't be too much longer here, I think. But I want to get these things out before we close down the stream, and though I suppose I could do it after. We get those. We get that. All right. Yeah. No, we're in good shape. Yeah. So I guess just to summarize stuff. Obviously it's been a great 10 years. I joined the team 5 years ago, and it feels like it was only like a year or two. It's been really a long, really quick. Feels quick for a long period of time. I'm definitely getting tired. But we've come a long way even in that 5 years. It's obviously it's been an up and down. It's been a roller coaster type of thing. We don't need to talk about all that. I'm sure everybody who's been around for a while knows what I'm talking about. And but when I joined the team, Chris had just, I guess, taken over within about 6 months or so of that, and
Somewhere around there.
yeah, I think so. And a lot of stuff had to be refactored based on the size of the team getting smaller, and all the transitions and everything. And I mean, we didn't have anybody for customer service at the time. Bugs weren't being brought into the system and processed. So there was a lot of infrastructure things that needed to be fixed, and I think I'm still there. Where I was brought in. I was brought in to actually work on the streaming program and do player dungeons and all dungeon stuff, and I still haven't been able to get all that done. So, obviously we ended up getting Stacy and who's Laney now, right? Justin to do customer service, and initially Elgarian and I cleaned up customer service, went through all the emails and got rid of the backlog and stuff, and then that eventually got handed over to Laney, and that's working like a well-oiled machine at this point. I mean, she's got that handled, and we have procedures and policies for all that stuff now. It's huge improvements. Then the bug process, recreating the bug brigade, and I forget if it was like third incarnation or whatever. Ali was there with me at the very beginning with that, and in reality, she's always been in charge of the bugs, but now she's absolutely the person who's running the brigade, and again, that's another thing that is just, it's running very smoothly. I mean, there's a little, like, I need to deliver rewards and stuff. I actually said that on my DJ session yesterday, and that I still need to get that cleaned up. Once I clean that up, I'll be handing that over to Ali, and I'm sure it'll run a lot smoother after that. And, you know, and then of course the game itself, we've kept expanding it. We still do the monthly releases. We did shift our content to quarterly, which allows us to have better quality content coming out, and it's not like we're all pulling our hair out and, you know, getting ulcers trying to get everything done every month. And we'll talk about that in next year's roadmap type of thing, you know, as to where we're going, and, you know, give you a high level idea of what we're going to end up doing with development, which we're going to continue doing, and you know, keep the quality going along. So it's amazing that a team, even when it was Portalarium, with the number of people that Portalarium had, was still, I would say, at least one quarter or 1/5 the number of people that really needed to be on staff to make the game that was made. So Portalarium already was doing a great job, and then when Chris took it over and it went to Catnip, you know, the team got smaller, and, you know, here we are. It's just, we're still able to do the monthly stuff. It amazes me that we've been able to do that. I mean, we've obviously had some glitches here and there, but we've still been able to actually produce an update on a monthly basis for, you know, since I've been here for the last 5 years, but obviously for 10 years. Anyway, you know, thank you to everybody for sticking with us and all that type of stuff. One of the things I wanted to, and it's kind of, this is totally a tangent way off of the thing, but because Chris, you know, you're the managing stuff, but you don't know what I'm been doing like on the releases. So during the you know, during lockdown, we do all the normal stuff we do, and leading up to the release itself, to do the deployment, of course, Ali is now sitting second chair for me, so, you know, she's that second set of eyes to make sure I don't screw anything up. And what I've also started doing is streaming in Discord while I'm actually doing the release. So I play songs. You know, do the DJ thing. So I have a set that I play while I'm doing that, and I give live updates to players in Discord every step of the way. So, you know, the backup is started, the backup is finished, now we're deploying the back end, you know, stuff like that. And obviously that helps. Is a lot of good, you know, interaction and connectivity with the community that way. So I'm also taking this opportunity to say this because obviously you guys who are on stream now, if you don't, if you're awake at that point in time, which is basically 8 a.m. Central Time on our release day, which is usually the last Thursday of the month, you know, feel free to join us on the official Discord in the events voice channel, and you get to listen to some music and get to hear me drone on about all the technical crap that I'm doing. So, okay, so
who's next?
Yes, who's next? Go ahead.
Oh, am I next?
Yes, you're
Is
next.
It me?
Yes, it's you.
Trying to summon one more person here to the party. Summon. And that's also if you want a summon to the dance party afterwards, feel free to message or whisper me in game, whisper Atos in game. Glad to be back on a stream. It's been a while since I've been on here. People are asking, like, I had a bunch of people posted like on Facebook, where did Chris go? Did Chris die? Like that type of stuff. But I did not die. I still talk to the team, you know, constantly, and still am going to be going down to the data center here to install some more hard drives and do some rearranging on some things. But yeah, I'm super proud of what we've done, and also I don't think it's been quite 5 years since I took over things, maybe 3.5 or something like that. But
no, it's actually going on 6.
yeah, well, whenever. But I'm super proud. It's one of those things. If you look at a lot of big MMOs, I just saw that someone was shutting down a game that quit selling it on Steam today. There's a big news story about it. But because it was down to only having 50,000 players, active players on it, and that doesn't make financial sense anymore. So we're just going to shut it down. That's part of why I took over Shroud, is I wanted to make sure this was a game that would not ever get shut down. There's nothing worse, because even when you get down, to the smaller audiences of 10,000 people or whatever, those are the 10,000 people who love the game and who have built the community, and that's part of why I took this over. It wasn't, this was not a let's try and figure out how we can make the most money out of this. This is a meaningful community full of people, and we didn't want to let any of that go. There's people who've raised kids, and have we even have, for those who don't know, we have a graveyard in the game that has a lot of actual players that we've had in the game over the years, sadly, who've passed away, and people, there's a lot of memories here. So super proud of what we've done. And I guess see you on, it may not be released 240, but I'll see you in another 10 years. I'll see you before then, but I mean, hopefully we'll have another 10 years of ongoing Shroud stuff and keep the community alive. So happy to be a part of the stream, and sorry I haven't been back as frequently as I'd like to, but also just because it's that time of year, Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, all the stuff. Oh, I gotta do some more summons. Hold on, and I will turn it over to you to pass off to Keith if you want to.
All right. Yep, sounds good. Before I hand over to Keith, I'll just say one thing. Is in the vein along what Chris was just saying. Obviously, Chris and I vowed together to keep the game going. I mean, he was already there, but when I joined the team, I've said it on streams, is these people would say, "Oh, what happened? What'll happen if?" and stuff like that. Bottom line is that Chris and I will run it from our houses if we had to. So it will stay up. No matter what.
You are running it from your houses.
Well, I mean the servers. If that server rack back there has nothing to do with Shroud, but there is a server sitting over here that has something to do with it. But
that's just a space heater back there.
Yeah, exactly. But if I had to move the game server into my house, I would do it. So I don't think we have to worry about that. However, to help keep us, keep the game up and running, obviously your continued support, of helping us out, buying things, because it's a free to play game. We do have to pay the bills somehow. So, subscribing to the game helps. Subscription is completely optional, but currently we have a $9 a month, plus tax, of course, subscription that's out there that you could do, and that'll help us out a lot. And as Vulcan Jedi just said, the subscriber rewards are awesome. If you actually look down the list, the very first thing is that you get 900 kodos for $9, which is pretty much 1-for-1. That alone pays for it. So if you're planning on spending any kodos every month, you might as well subscribe anyway. Then we also have subscriber rewards that come out, some items that we send out every month for that, which has a little bit of an exclusivity for a period of time before they go into the Crown Shop, so you'd be the first ones with it. And then there's titles and potions and a bunch of other stuff. Go check out the website to do that. I don't want to make this into too much of a commercial. And we're also, I shouldn't say talking about, we have decided that we definitely will be putting up a second tier of subscription. That'll cost $18, and it will come along with, I believe it's 2,000 kodos. That's going to be for $18. So it's a little bit of a, it's a sliding thing. Gives you a little bit more kodos if you go up to the second tier. And then, of course, everything else that comes with tier 1 will come with tier 2 as well. That's right now the thing that's holding us back on that is just getting the website set up and everything to be able to handle it. So
Taz.
yes, exactly, Taz. So we'll that's on the top of the list to get that done. So if you guys want to support the game, you'll have two tiers of subscriptions to do. Yeah, and actually after 10 years, my comment here is like, all right, it's been 10 years. Could we sleep now? But anyway, with all that said, I'll hand it over to Keith for his closing statement.
I don't really have anything big to say. Just super happy with what I've done in Shroud the Avatar, and happy that everyone has enjoyed what I've done and what we've done all along the way. Just have a happy holidays. I know we're not super at the end of the year, but happy holidays and happy New Year. That's it.
Okay,
Back to you.
Okay. Allium, do you have anything to say?
No, I think it's all been covered already.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Then I will, triple down on the Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and New Year's and everything. Of course, this is our longest release of the year. The next update is due to come out at the end of January. But we do have, as I said before, a patch on Monday night into Tuesday on the 18th/19th. I'll be doing that, and then we have the sales go off at a period of time, so there'll be another patch when the sales go off. But until then, you have some boosts on the sales. Again, the deed upgrades in game will go to 30% off on Monday. Monday into Tuesday, right? Yeah, on that same patch on the between the 18th and the 19th, and that'll stay there until the sales come off, which I believe is January 2nd. So even the sales and the double XP and all that stuff is here for quite some time, for the rest of the month, and just after New Year's Day, that's when we'll be shutting all that stuff off. So enjoy. Thank you. Thank you for being in the community with us. It's definitely a pleasure to be. It's always a pleasure to make a game, but it's definitely more of a pleasure to make a game for you guys. And tell your friends. Obviously, we're happy, but the more people we bring into the game, the better. And we do have new players coming in all the time. This community is the best community for this type of situation. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you once again. It's been a great long stream, and I will send out these last 5 prizes as soon as the stream ends, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.